that's okay. Yeah, well, you know her better than any of us, so I think you can answer your own question. All right, good morning, everybody. We're glad that you're with us. We're going to call to order this meeting of the regular Gainesville City Commission. We're just regular. The regular Gainesville City Commission meeting, January 20th, 2022. Madam Clerk, our first order of business.
Our first order of business is the adoption of the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. And Bob, before we do that, we have always had the custom here of having an invocation, and then that sort of died down when we went virtual during the pandemic. But if any of you all are listening and would like to offer an invocation at the beginning of any of our meetings, just give us a call, give the clerk a call, and we'll slot you into the agenda. All beliefs and creeds are welcome. It's an ecumenical invocation, but I know that I've missed that, and so if anybody wants to help us with that, please give us a call. Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. There are some updates that must
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
So our file number 210-9793, General Government Internal Control over Financial Reporting Audit Change Text File. File 210794, Colliers International Florida LLC Contract Compliance Audit Change Text File. File 210792, Auditors General Report Change Text File. And file 210805, Vision Zero Update and Traffic Road Safety Added Backup.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we adopt the agendas as modified.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt our agenda as modified. You can see the modifications up there on the screen. Anybody in chamber want to speak to adoption of the agenda or any items on the consent agenda? Okay, and I am assuming Adam is with us today. Adam, good morning.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Good morning. Can you not hear me?
Nope, we can hear you just fine. Anybody to talk
Okay,
to
good.
the adoption of the agenda or any items on consent?
At this time, there is nobody on the line.
Okay, very good. Back to the commission. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk?
Okay. Our next item, I believe, is early public comment.
Okay, so again, just to clarify, early public comment is different than general public comment. It is an opportunity for anybody to share their thoughts on any items that are on the agenda later today. And the idea for that is that you can comment now and then go on about your business for the rest of the day. What you forego when you do that is the opportunity to speak later on the agenda. So general public comment will be at 1 o'clock or shortly thereafter later on this afternoon. So anybody in the chamber here to speak to any items on our agenda today during early public comment? Okay, Adam, we don't have anybody here. Oh, okay, go ahead. Welcome.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
I just wanted to come by to this meeting. I saw that you all had a Vision Zero item on your agenda, and I wanted to thank you all.
Well, I know who you are. Everyone else does not. If you just introduce yourself, please, for the record.
Of course, my name is Mark Merwitzer, M-A-R-K, last name Merwitzer, M-E-R-W-I-T-Z-E-R, 310 Northwest 15th Street. And thank you for having me. I just want to say I appreciate you all having the Vision Zero item on the agenda, especially after the recent death of Sabrina Obando as president of Florida Not One More. I have a strong belief that we should be improving our streets from a community-centered approach, and I like that Vision Zero is on the agenda today, and I'd like to see some, hopefully, community town halls and just future more opportunities for the public to comment on this very important issue. And we're also hoping to have a stronger citywide approach. I know you all are going to be considering a comprehensive plan within the next few weeks and upcoming months, and I'd like to have that as a huge components. And otherwise, don't want to take up too much of your time. Thank you very much. Look forward to working with all of you all. Have a great rest of your day.
Great. Thanks for coming by, Mark. Appreciate it. Anybody else here in the chamber to speak to early public comment? Any items that are on our agenda? Okay, Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, there's nobody here right now, but I will apologize here to Tana Silva, who called in as you voted on the agenda, and we didn't get her comments. So I'll invite her to call back and offer comments either in general or early public comment later, maybe.
Okay, thanks for letting us know that. Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we're on to the next item.
Vision Zero Update and Traffic Road Safety. With the recommendation that the Commission discuss and
Okay, thank you. So I think this was prompted. I know Commissioner Ward, you asked for an item to be placed on the agenda specifically addressing 8th Avenue. I wanted to try to broaden that a little bit. I have a standing request into policy to look at city streets and where, what our speed limits are citywide. That has not been completed, but they have a pretty good overview. And I think Ms. McCready could probably speak pretty comprehensively to that. Although we understand that the full analysis has not been done, and we're not going to, hold anybody accountable for missing one road here or there. Just I think an update on some of our other efforts, either that have already been implemented or what we have planned. The commission did set aside $750,000 in this year's budget specifically to go to Vision Zero projects. So what is the progress on that? And then I think we need to continue this conversations that we seem to be having every couple of weeks of, from a policy perspective, what more should we be doing to make our city streets safer? And I think where are the limits too? We have some limitations, say, state highways or, other barriers like that we have to approach in a slightly different way. Before I ask Ms. McCready to come up, Commissioner Ward, did you want to add some thoughts? I know this was originally your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've spoken with our mobility office and with the manager certainly about all of this, and as we all have lots of folks in the community, I'm looking forward to the presentation from Ms. McCready. I wanted to just say that it is cold comfort to anyone who knows someone or is someone who has been injured or killed on our streets. But I want the public to know, I want our neighbors to know, and our visitors and parents who have children here, that we do take this seriously. That we all, I think, take it very personally when someone is injured or killed on our streets, no matter how that happens. There are things we can do that, as the mayor was saying, and there are things we really, can't do, things that are out of our hands. For instance, we can't make somebody pay attention when they're driving. We can't. And one of the things I always try to say, whether it's, a social media post about this sort of thing or in a conversation, is that we all have to be more intentional drivers when we're driving. That's part of the battle that no government entity can make happen. So I would urge that, because it only takes a split second for someone else's life to end and yours to change forever as a driver. I think there are things, though, that we can do and that we have been doing over the last several years. Again, this is not an excuse, but it matters that because of the work we've been doing in Gainesville, we don't lose as many pedestrian and cyclists to road injury and death as most of Florida does, as other communities. That doesn't matter if you're one of the people who's been affected by it. I get that. But what I want to point out is that the work that has gone on and the care that our staff has put into it over the years has an impact. And the numbers bear that out. So urge other communities, if other communities hear anything about all this, the things that we're doing here work. There are more things that we must do as long as we have any pedestrians and cyclists dying on our roads. That's too many. But the things that we're working on work. And I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation, and I hope that we can do some specific things today that might move us a little forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I just want to give a real brief example of, we can't control everything or make people pay attention. So on the walk we did last night, one of our mayor's walks, we had a few neighbors with us, and then 8, 9 GPD officers, including the chief operating officer, the interim chief of police, you know, a lot of the top brass at GPD, the zone officers. We were crossing 8th Avenue just up here on First Street. There's a marked crosswalk. There's a big flashing beacon you press. We had 20 of us standing on the sidewalk waiting to cross 8th Avenue, pressing the beacon, and cars were just flying by. You know, that's when you've got half the, no, not half the, you got a bunch of police officers out there with badges, you know, and still people were not aware enough to realize folks are trying. So as much as we try, we're talking about a massive culture shift that is difficult, and it takes time and persistence, you know, and it just, I mean, it was tragically comical last night to start counting cars as they zipped by us, just trying to cross the road, you know. So it's a battle. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That is actually a good segue into the question I wanted to pose before we get into the presentation, which was sort of the usage of those flashing beacons, because they get used also for roadways that are either late at night when they are not operating a full cycle of green, yellow, red, and they're just flashing yellow. But then we also use the same sort of beacon for crossing. And I guess I just want to maybe challenge us to think if maybe the flashing yellow beacon maybe can't be upgraded. In terms of driver behavior, as much as we're climbing uphill, drivers generally respond to the green, yellow, red cycle. So maybe it's worth considering having that be all across the city, whether it's for vehicular traffic or whether it's for pedestrian traffic. Because I do think, and it's not just on our roads, the bicycle crossing on Waldo Road, or Wilson Road rather, is also very dangerous with the flashing yellow lights, and people who maybe aren't used to that will just go right through it. So I'd just like to get some more thinking on that as we go forward, because I think that it is something that we've tried using a lot in the past, and maybe there's a better way to do it.
Yeah, thank you for those thoughts. Okay, Madam Manager, did you want to share anything or invite Ms. McCready up to sort of give us a update of where we are and where we're going?
Thank you. Ms. McCready is prepared. Phil Mann is probably going to support her in the presentation, but we've discussed it, and she's prepared to make her presentation.
Okay, excellent. Ms. McCready, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa McCready, Transportation Department Director. Mayor, if you would like your speed limit question asked first, I was going to ask Phil Mann to help support that because he has the historic knowledge of what we did and when we did it.
Sure, yeah. Mr. Mann?
Before I jump into the presentation,
Yeah,
so you have more
absolutely.
context.
Mr. Mayor, Phil Mann, Special Advisor to the City Manager. I'm still getting used to saying that. So staff has been working on referrals made to look at the speed limits inside the city limits and what can we do to reduce it to 30. Under state statute, the speed limit on all city streets is already 30 miles per hour. That's in statute 3. I should have left my glasses on. It's in state statute 316.189, I believe is the reference. That's how many times I've looked at it. The other thing that it allows for is us to reduce the speed limit to 25 under certain conditions, and then 20 under certain other conditions provided under the state speed limit designation manual. Back in my days as the city's traffic engineer, which was somewhere before 2015, we did a study that allows us to reduce the speed limit in every residential neighborhood to 25 miles an hour. So that's already been done. That's already on the books. So we're free to reduce the speed limit in every single neighborhood at 25 already. I know that Melissa's team has been doing it on an as requested basis, just because it's kind of impossible expense-wise to do them on a wholesale basis, but we have already been doing that. So hopefully that addresses your question. There's only a small handful of streets inside the city limits that are owned by the city of Gainesville that are not 30 or less. And those are some of the streets that are more rural conditions, and I think even those, we've been reducing them over the years. When we originally inherited Southwest 62nd Boulevard from the county, when we annexed that area, it was originally 55. I think it's down to 40 now. And the same with Northeast 15th Street. We've slowly been reducing that speed limit. We've been moving the designation north as development has moved north, so that the rural section at the very north end is 40 or 45. And then Northwest 8th Avenue west of 34th Street is either 35 or 40, and that all came out of the discussions. That came out of City Commission direction when we did the 4-lane, 3-lane, or 2-laning of Northwest 8th Avenue. Yes.
Too soon.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
during that conversation, we had the discussion about the whole speed limit from 22nd Street all the way to Newberry Road, and so we followed the commission direction on that, and we can change that. As somebody who spent my life in traffic engineering, and I think it's what Melissa's going to talk about this morning, one of the things I think it's important to realize is that we can change the numbers on the sign, but if we don't change the characteristics of the roadway, we won't change the driving behavior. And that's what we've been working on. And the best example I can give you is what the work we're collectively doing on the East-West University Avenue project. So hopefully that addresses some of the concerns regarding speed limits. We already have the statutory authority to reduce it to 25. We've done the required engineering study, so we're good to go on that.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to share for my colleagues what my intention is, that we set a maximum speed limit for all city roads at 30, and that we set a speed limit for all neighborhood roads at 20, and then accompany that with a significant marketing and sort of PR push, as well as an enforcement push, especially in some of our more conflict-prone areas. I'm thinking up by Cone Park. I'm thinking, at the crossing near the police station on 8th Avenue. These are just very problematic spots. I absolutely, and will preach from the mountaintops over and over and over, that what determines speed is design, and so I'm not trying to contradict that. But if it also becomes common knowledge that the city speed limit is 30, period, that's a lot easier for drivers to sort of adapt to, instead of, looking for the sign. Where is it? Can I go 45? Or, so I think that we can move the dial a little bit if we really have a concerted campaign that, we drive 30 in neighborhoods, we drive 20. Because I'll just say, and I hate governing by anecdote or by where I live or where you live, but my neighborhood was built with very wide roads, right? And so it's super easy to speed, and a lot of people do, especially a lot of people that don't live in the neighborhood, because it's just wide open. So if we are more intentional about creating hey, if you're in a neighborhood, you should not be going faster than 20, period. I think we can start helping with that culture shift that will save lives, eventually. It will have to be accompanied by design changes, and, and frankly, some of us chuckle about, we put speed governors on scooters, but not on cars. So the thing that can cause the least amount of damage, we make go slow. The thing that can kill, they can go 120 miles an hour. We've got other changes we need to make, but anyway, I just, food for thought, like y'all to consider. I think that could be a very clear message from this commission on how we are going to approach road safety with one small aspect of it. But with that, Ms. McCready, please take it away and let us know where we are.
Okay, I will add one quick thing so you're aware of it regarding the 20 mile per hour. As part of the Vision Zero effort, the team is doing the analysis now to figure out what streets we can do that now.
Great.
And then what conditions would be needed in other streets in order to do that. So we're using data to inform the conversation, but we can bring that presentation back if you'd like when that's ready.
When it's ready, absolutely. Absolutely, love to see that. Thank you.
All right, next slide, please. So the City Commission identified in the strategic plan, Vision Zero as a top priority. The City Commission has also allocated collectively over $3 million to be spent in the next 2 years to make physical improvements to our roads. Next slide. Just to remind everyone, the Vision Zero action strategy prioritizes people over cars. We're looking to fill our gaps in our pedestrian and bicycle networks. We're very data-driven. We're using data to inform what treatments make the most sense in different areas based on the data. And then we also leverage a lot of internal and external partnerships in order to deliver these projects and really improve the transportation system. So it's connected. We also work very closely, in particular, with the Department of Sustainable Development on land use to make sure that our transportation network can support the land use that's coming in. Next slide. And please feel free to stop me at any point.
Sure.
So mentioning the multiple partnerships, these are the types of projects we've been implementing in the last few years in particular, but Gainesville does have a history of implementing a lot of these types of projects to make our streets safer. And we are also moving forward with a number of these types of road design elements in order to make the streets safer for pedestrians. Next slide. Crash data that Commissioner Ward was referencing, we put it in context with other cities around Florida. This is Gainesville is 8 per 100,000 population. Again, not something we like to see. We'd like to see 0. But as Commissioner Ward mentioned, what we're doing here is making a difference to hold us at least to as few as possible at this point, and we're keeping the priority focused on making more of those changes. Next slide, please. So for the last 2 years, I wanted to highlight a few of the projects, of the types of projects we've been implementing around the city. I'm just going to highlight 4 to give you an idea of the range of the types of projects we're implementing. Next slide, please. So down on Northwest 73rd Avenue, we did a trail connection that also closed a sidewalk gap, as well as improved stormwater management. So when I talk about leveraging, we're working across the city to make sure that when we're doing these types of projects, we're trying to capitalize and leverage what else needs to be done. And a lot of the design we do is in-house, and then we work either with Public Works or some of our local contractors to make the improvements. Next slide, please. Another type of project that we take on, several of these a year, is making transit stop improvements. This one was at Grace Marketplace. We improved the stop because there's a lot of people that use the stop. Additionally, we worked with the Florida Department of Transportation. They'll be implementing this year additional pedestrian crossing improvements so that people can cross the street to get to the bus stop.
Ms. McCready, I don't know if this is something you can answer, or I know that probably Mr. Gomez could. What criteria do we use to determine whether we put a shelter at a bus stop or not? I know that we've gone through the ADA stuff. Like we've identified where they're not ADA compliant, and we've got a plan to bring all those up to ADA standards. Oh, look at Mr. Gomez.
We had him on deck. We
But
knew there'd be a question.
One of the biggest complaints we get about bus stops, other than they're not accessible to some people,
Right.
is not being sheltered, especially Florida heat, rain, all that. So I'm just curious. So I look. It seems like this one would have been a good opportunity to put a shelter up as well, and I don't know what the standard is.
Well, I can tell you we have 1,200 bus stops citywide, and a lot of it comes down to funding, but Jesus can advise the criteria.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Jesus Gomez with RTS. Yes, we have, actually, that's scheduled to have a shelter soon, that stop. Once we do concrete pads, we always, when we have a space, we try to put a bus shelter in it. Usually you have more than 15 boardings per day on that stop, we're trying to put a shelter.
Okay. Do you have any idea how many fit that criteria that we're yet to put shelters at? In other words, what's the waiting list?
Yeah, we have about 200 shelters, and we have at least 50 that meet that criteria right now.
50 in line
50
to
more.
Okay. Good to know. Is that, I'm really going off on a tangent here. Is that something that federal grants are ever eligible for, that you can use them for shelters?
Yes, we actually waiting for 2 DOT grants that is gonna help us with that, and we have some money already for shelters.
Okay.
We have some in stock too. We're just waiting for the concrete pass so we can install those.
Okay, very good. That's very helpful. Thank you. On this point, go ahead.
So I believe it was, well, 3 years ago at a GPC meeting, the city commission voted to fund a shelter. I believe there are 3 bus shelters, one in front of City Hall. I believe it was this one out of general funding. So the commission gave budgetary direction on those shelters at that meeting. I don't think the commission gave opposite direction from that point. So there should be general fund.
We have
There should be funds available
CIP
for-
funds, about 100,000 for that. We use it for these stop, the Grace Marketplace stop. We still have some funds available.
It was to build shelters, though, is what the commission gave direction to have the funding for shelters and at 3 stops. I know it was a while ago, but I remember that meeting because it was about a Vision Zero thing again. I think it's so.
So, Madam Manager, I think that's just something if you can follow up with that.
Yeah. And the one in front of
direction.
City Hall too was another place that we. No,
Yeah, if you could
Thank
follow
you.
up that direction, just send a memo to the commission on what the status is.
Yeah, there was a,
Okay, we'll follow up. Thank you, Mr. Gomez, appreciate it. Very helpful.
Next slide, please. Another project that we did was on Northeast 15th Street. We added buffered bike lanes to, the data indicated high speeds and crashes. This is a heavy transit corridor. There's schools and parks and residential, and the buffered bike lanes helped reduce the travel lane width, which has slowed down speeds and provided a safer bicycling environment. It also provided a connection gap in the bicycle network between 39th and 16th Avenues. And this was all done in-house. We designed it in-house, and Public Works went out and took care of the construction. Next slide, please. Another example is our one-way pairs. We did 14th and 15th Street. This added our protected bike lanes. It also decreased the conflicts of pedestrians and bicyclists and cars at the intersections. And also, this was funded with CIP money, and it was a big partnership between the University of Florida as well as FDOT at the intersection improvements. So we leverage, like I said, our partnerships across the city to make these projects happen. Next slide, please.
Thanks. And just to help
Yep.
out anybody that's listening, CIP stands for Capital Improvement Plan. It's a specific fund within our city general government budget to fund capital improvements, usually having to do with kind of road infrastructure, but it could also be building improvements or something like that. But when Ms. McCready says CIP, it's a funding source that we approve every year.
Yes, thank you. Next slide. And one of the last projects I was going to highlight is this one at Northwest 8th Street. The sidewalk connection to the park that was built. We worked with Wild Spaces on this one to connect to the new Oakview Park, as well as upgrade the curb ramps so they were ADA compliant. So the residential neighborhood in the area could access the park safely. Next slide, please. So I wanted to also highlight the projects we have coming up in the next 2 years. We have about $3 million in combined funding allocated for projects citywide. Some of the key projects are, of course, the University and 13th Street corridor studies that we have in motion. We are in phase 2 of the design concepts, and we are getting ready to issue the RFP for the PD&E and design to move those concepts forward. We also have worked closely with FDOT on the improvements, and they have since January allocated $3 million to improvements along this corridor. They have the rest of their improvements will be implemented by the end of this year. That includes signal upgrades as well as the crosswalks where the speed tables are now, as well as part of our one-way pair at 17th and 18th Streets. We are going to be adding a bicycle signal phase, so we have been approved to add a bicycle signal, which is kind of exciting from the transportation nerd world. And then I also wanted to highlight our Northeast and Northwest 8th Avenue projects that we are working on that are in the queue actively being worked on. So next slide, please. One of the key projects that we have is for non-compliant curb ramps on the Northeast corridor along 8th Avenue from Duval Learning Center to Northeast Boulevard. We have about 57 non-compliant curbs. And so we have funding that we are, as part of our Phase 1 funding for meeting our ADA transition plan. We will be upgrading 45 of those curbs in Phase 1, and then Phase 2 will include the rest of the curbs, but we're starting from Duval Learning Center and working our way west. Next slide, please. Northwest 8th Avenue modifications that are underway, in particular between North Main Street to 6th Street. We are working with FDOT to finalize the design now to repurpose the lanes to add bicycle facilities and possibly on-street parking. This is a key gap in the network. We are also working with FDOT on the signals that will be going in at the existing 2nd and 4th Street pedestrian refuge islands for the crossings. One of them is the trail. And then we also have, as part of the companion piece to the 8th Avenue repurposing, is to include 6th Street between 8th Avenue and 7th Avenue to also reduce those lanes or reallocate the lanes for bicycles. Next slide, please. And then the last project to highlight is this Northwest 10th Street and 12th Street one-way pairs. The analysis is underway, and we have already done the traffic analysis. We are reaching out to do public outreach in February that has not yet been scheduled. The modifications will reduce conflicts at the intersections in particular. This goes from Northwest 8th Avenue down to Southwest 8th Avenue. We're looking at adding protected bicycle facilities, transit stop upgrades, reducing speed limits. We expect this to really improve those two corridors that are heavily used by bicycles and pedestrians. And this will also feed the University Corridor bicycle facilities that we're looking to add, in addition to the 8th Avenue. And next slide, I believe that's it.
Okay.
So there's my very brief presentation to update you. I figured I would give a look back and a look forward and answer any other questions.
Yeah, very much appreciated. Thank you, Ms. McCready. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. McCready, for that. I think that's a really useful framework for us to start from. I wonder if you could tell us more to follow Commissioner Aiola's point about what we might do with yellow turn lights and how we might work on that at particular intersections and what's possible, what's inexpensive, and quick. And then I have some other questions too, but I'll.
Well, the overhead hawk beacon, I believe, is what you're referring to, Commissioner Areola. Those are extremely expensive, and they are context sensitive. So when it just depends on the design of the road of when you would do that. Obviously, I know FDOT on the University Corridor is implementing full signals when we do the raised crosswalks that are going in. Instead of just doing the hawk, we're doing full signals at those crossings. So as we move forward, we're looking at implementing those more in the corridors, especially on the 4-lane segments.
So what about flashing yellow turn signals?
Oh, the permissive left turns is what you're talking about. So we are doing a data analysis of that as well as part of our Vision Zero analysis to look at what intersections we could do where based on the crash data and the near miss data that we have, to look at those intersections to see where it makes sense.
Can you explain a little more about
Oh, sorry, so they're not allowed. So it would be either you have a red light or a green light to turn.
Great.
An arrow, a red or green arrow to turn if they already exist at those intersections.
Yeah, it's anecdotal, but personally, I always feel a little anxious with those yellow turn arrows.
Absolutely.
And particularly some of them, Main and 8th, if you're turning west on 8th from Main, because of the way Main curves,
Right.
it can be tricky.
Yes.
anyway, anything that we can do with that, I would love to hear opportunities
Absolutely.
back on
And like
that.
I said, that is also another parallel study we have underway. We have 2 planners, so
Right.
they're doing their best.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I will say that I have tremendous faith in what you all are doing, and there are a whole lot of, a tremendous amount of work being accomplished. It's just never enough.
Right.
And that's, yeah, that's how this all works. But you and I spoke about the concept of scramble or Barnes dance intersections. And you made a good case to me that, very good case, that they probably are not useful at smaller intersections like 8th Avenue and 10th Street.
Correct.
What I mean when I say those, it's a scramble intersection and a Barnes, B-A-R-N-E-S, dance intersection named after Mr. Barnes from 100 years ago or so, are intersections where all automotive traffic stops. And then pedestrians can go any direction they want, even in some of them diagonally through the middle of the intersection. So it gives a very clear understanding that pedestrians have the right of way. And this is their time, no matter which way they're going. And you don't get to turn on red. You don't get to wait and see if there's anybody who you think might be in the way. You just sit there at your red light and wait for the pedestrian light to finish. There aren't a lot of those in Florida, really, in the southeast. It's more of a northeastern and Mountain West sort of phenomena. I'm really interested in trying some of that out. Again, you made a good case that it's not the right thing to do at 8th and 10th, particularly with the one-way pairs that are on the way there that I believe will make that a safer intersection. But where we can implement those, I would really like to at least pilot that for a bit. And I know that it comes with some signage and some expense, but I wouldn't think there's a tremendous amount of expense to go with that. Am I wrong on that?
It depends on the location and the impact to the signal network. So as I mentioned, it doesn't include a corridor study for the signal timing of the network of signals. The other piece of it is, this goes back to choosing the right design elements for what the defined issue is. And those types of pedestrian scrambles are to move huge volumes of pedestrians at any given time. And honestly, on campus is where those would probably be the best place to pilot them, but we don't control what happens on campus. So, I mean, we absolutely look for opportunities to implement innovative ideas and different ways of moving people. Obviously, we are very focused on prioritizing the area for people. So when those opportunities arise, we absolutely will look at installing something like that.
Okay, just know that I'm very interested, and I don't know if anybody else has thought about these or not, in piloting somewhere one of those just to see if it really is functional, because it's entirely theoretical to me at this point. I've never experienced one, but it sounds like a pretty good idea to just stop all auto traffic for bikes and pedestrians to do their thing.
Yes, and I have had some experience when I worked for the city of Portland doing that.
Okay.
So I can absolutely fill you in additionally on how those function.
Great. A couple other things. I've seen recently an attorney general's opinion that indicates that we could, on county roads, not on state roads, but on county roads, we could impose some changes, particularly speed limits. And I'm thinking specifically Northwest 16th Avenue from 13th Street west going out to 55th at least. I don't want to over-anecdote this, but I would love to take anybody who hasn't experienced it for a ride on Northwest 16th Avenue in that section. If you put your cruise control on 39, you will pass no one, and lots of people will pass you, and some of them will pass you with a finger in the air. It is shocking to me how poorly used that stretch is from a legal perspective, and how badly it was engineered to begin with. We've talked with the county at MTPO meetings about something happening, because I'll promise you, that's one of 5 or 6 stretches of road that I've listed here that somebody's going to die on. Somebody's going to die there. It's a question of when and who, but you can't regularly watch that stretch of road and not see how it's going to end a life at some point. Reading this Attorney General's report indicates to me or opinion rather, indicates to me that we could slow traffic down that we could slow the speed limit at least on 16th Avenue, even though it's not our street. Also, I have heard, and I don't know this to be absolutely true, but I've heard that we could also implement other safety mechanisms on county roads within the city limits. And that it is permissible to add crosswalks at any intersection, whether it goes all the way across or not. And I wonder if more input sources, driver input sources, like marked crosswalks at various places along 16th Avenue might help slow people down. And I know there are people who are going to hear this and say, Ward wants everybody to have a longer commute. Well, I want people to stay alive. And that really is what this all comes down to. Any change we make that improves pedestrian and cyclist safety and driver safety, we shouldn't sugarcoat it. It's going to slow things down a little bit. That's reality. But those are things that I'm very interested in. I love the idea of a citywide 30 mile an hour and 20 mile an hour in neighborhoods. And by the way, this same Attorney General's opinion refers to neighborhood districts as any road that is within 300 feet of a home. So guess what? That's 16th Avenue all the way down, or most of the way down. I want to hear and study more and see if we can come up with some action on those very specific things as well. I wish that there was something that we could do that we would feel is the right thing to do, that is actionable, particularly at 8th and 10th. But I know there really isn't anything other than, perhaps the eliminating those flashing yellow turn arrows. I won't list all of the places that we know are a problem, and that none of us will be surprised when we see the headline that or get the text that someone has died at these spots. We have to do what we can do piece by piece. But I think 16th Avenue is something where we can slow traffic. The other piece, and I know this is impacted by low staffing at GPD, but anywhere where people feel uncomfortable that they're going to get a ticket if they drive fast, it might make them mad, but they'll drive slower. And I know that that's a staffing issue. I totally understand that. I'm not, indicating that, why aren't we doing this? I know why we're not doing it. It's staffing. But that is a piece of it. Enforcement is absolutely a piece of the 5 E's. And it's a powerful one. It certainly adjusted my driving in my 20s to be a driver that slowed down because I got tired of paying traffic tickets. It changes behavior. If we could get some information about the opportunity in our traffic study of slowing down 16th Avenue and maybe adding some marked crosswalks there, I think we could save lives. That is a long ramble for me, and I appreciate you all bearing with me. Thanks.
Thank you. And before I go to the next commissioner, I just want to remind folks, if you're here to speak to any of these items, just please fill out a comment card. They're at these little tables by each door, and then hand them in to the clerk, Ms. Gainey, down here at the end. And then when it comes time for public input, she'll call folks in the order that she received the card. So there's pencils over there, there's clipboards, and you just can fill those out and hand them to the clerk. All right, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate the work that's going on. I do want to state that not every change that we make to improve safety or things like that will actually slow down like someone's commuting time. Sometimes it creates more consistent traffic patterns that then kind of smooth things out, so it's less kind of stop and go at times. I'd like for us to give direction today on the on a max of 35 miles per hour on city roads, and then because there are some roads that are above that in certain areas, and then have it come back on the 30 and 20 mile per hour when we have a study. I also believe that we should, I'm curious to have our staff look at the Attorney General's opinion that you put out and kind of a memo back on that and what are our abilities. But I also believe that we should send a letter to the county and the DOT saying that we are putting in a max of 35 and then also looking at 30 and 20, and that we request that they put a max on their roads, on the city and county roads inside the urban area. Let's see here. I'm excited about the work that's going on. I don't think we're going fast enough, and I don't think we're doing enough. And I guess my question are we at a staffing issue, not having enough staff to do it, or is it a funding issue? Because I want us to do more, and I want us to do more quicker. I know that takes resources, but I as a commissioner would like to allocate resources. I don't know because we do have a lot of issues across the city that can be fixed, and I don't want us to delay because there's a resource missing.
What I didn't present on was our 5-year plan that the commission adopted for Vision Zero. We are on track to implement everything in 22 and 23 that's on that plan. We don't have funding in outer years for 24 and 25 yet, but we figured as part of the budget cycle, we would be bringing that back. As far as funding it, some of them are funded as partnerships, some of it's funded through our TMPA funds through development, the Transportation Mobility Program area funding. We also have grants. We have multiple sources and multiple different funding sources. Right now, I'd say we are at max for our staff. We are looking at how we're going to project manage all of it, plus do our planning. So it's partly funding, obviously, but right now the amount of projects that we have in motion, there's a lot. And so I think we're doing things as quickly as possible. And I don't know doing it faster is, I don't know if doing it faster is going to have value because there's so much that's going on. I honestly don't know the answer to that question. But right now we don't have the funding in outer years. We have the funding for the projects for the next 2 years. And then we have 2 people who are implementing it. Well, actually 3 people.
Was that on the 2 people?
We have 3 people that are implementing all those projects.
Madam Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for Mike.
Go ahead, please.
Again, I'm sure, that Ms. McCready is kind of, in an awkward position as she stands and trying to address your question. I'd like to help her do that, but we're not going to be able to do it at this moment. Allow us to just take a look at the plan, what's been laid out, what's been accomplished, and, maybe what needs to be accomplished, where funding needs to be reviewed and approved by this commission, but allow us to go back and do that analysis, please, and we'll be happy to bring it back.
And that's a request that I would like for us to consider as well, is that maybe it is hiring another FTE or having another FTE on the project and being able to move these things faster and some more funding for the capital. And I think those are things that we can make quarterly budget changes. And I think that's one of the things that we should consider and not wait until the next budget year. If it's an FTE, we'll move things faster. So that's as part of the motion. Hopefully we can have that too. We need to move faster, and whatever kind of the necessary resources that it takes to do that, we need to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ms. McCready, for your presentation. I wanted to ask a question. I believe that prior to my arrival here at the commission, that's when the study was done for the West Gainesville portion, or West University, I apologize. Correct?
That was brought to commission in October.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. So obviously, and we've spoken about this, I have some serious concerns for East Gainesville. We have had a number of tragedies along that street, and it's been very consistent over the last couple of years. So prior to former city manager Feldman leaving, he was able to facilitate a conversation between myself and let's see who else was there. Phil Mann, you were there. Assistant Chief Scott, Assistant Chief Pierce, former Assistant City Manager Aga, and I may be leaving one or two people out. But we met at Cone Park immediately following the death of baby Dylan. And we had a conversation about what modifications to that street at that particular area could look like. And we understand that that is a state-controlled road. But I have a number of feelings about that, and we were able to kind of begin some conversation, generate some synergy, and at least discuss the beginnings of a plan. That conversation resulted in a heat map that showed the tragedies that had occurred in the area, and also provided the framework, if you will, for a report that's going to be submitted to FDOT. Bill, are you able to step forward? I hate to put you on the spot, but I know that you had, per our conversations, been in conversation about that. Are you able to kind of speak to where we are?
Actually, I can speak to it.
Thank you.
I can speak to it.
And Melissa can speak to it as well? Thank
Yes.
you very
So
much.
I've already, we've been coordinating closely with FDOT regarding that. And as we also had discussed, we met with our consultant HDR for the University Phase 2 corridor study, and we were able to, they were able to absorb extending the limits all the way out of that study to the east side, the east city limits on University of the city. So it's incorporating into the study any changes that we're going to make along the university corridor as part of the design concepts. Will include all of the part of university in front of all the way past Cone Park to the city limits. Additionally, I have been in contact with FDOT regarding the traffic study that they have been conducting. It is not finalized yet. We're supposed to have that report in the next week or so, is my understanding, with their recommendations based on their analysis of the tragedy that happened. So we will work closely with them to implement anything that comes out of that, and with the city manager's office as well, to facilitate that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. I had been in conversation with Mr. Scott Coons from MTPO, and he has said that he will support us in whatever way he can. So I'm not sure if you would like to reach out to him, but just know that we do have some exterior support in this matter as well.
Oh, absolutely. We work closely with the MTPO.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'd also like to add that with that particular tragedy, it caused me to kind of look also at the way that we plan our parks and our facilities. Cone Park is this amazing site that gets a lot of use. A lot of young athletes, a lot of individuals from the community looking to go out and make use of the track, people making use of the library. One of the things that I noticed was it is not in a prime location for pedestrians to get to it safely. So in our master planning process, I think it becomes critical that we take a look at where we place these community assets. So I had a brief conversation, actually at a ribbon cutting with Betsy Waite from Wild Spaces Public Places about that very thing. And I'm not quite sure how this factors into this particular conversation today, but I did want to put it out into the ethos and go on public record and mention to you all, if you can use it in any way, that our master planning process for our parks is essential. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And while we understand what the law says, it is very natural for human beings, particularly children, to cross the street at the shortest distance. And I think we've seen that a lot, particularly with baby Dylan, who crossed the street at a point where there was not a crosswalk. I would like to see us as a city be very, very intentional about where we place our facilities so that pedestrians can get to them safely and effectively and efficiently. Let's see, what else? I know we've mentioned it, but I wonder if we could hear directly from the chief of police about the staffing. I'm sure it's an issue, but when we start talking about enforcing speed limits, if we could kind of hear directly from chief or assistant chief, now I'm not sure who would be. Okay, thank you very much. Chief Scott, if you would kindly come forward and kind of address the staffing issues from the enforcement perspective, I would greatly appreciate that. Because to me, I mean, obviously, we understand how out of control we are of people. But the enforcement piece is an integral part of helping to keep our neighbors safe.
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Commissioners, we're continuing to deal with a staffing issue, the crisis that I think is affected law enforcement countrywide. You know, every law enforcement agency is having a difficult time trying to recruit and retain employees. We've recently implemented the incentive plan that was approved, attached to the last agreement that we had with the FOP. We're offering incentives to assist us from 8,000 to 11,000 for new employees, based on their level of experience. But the staffing challenges right now for us is that we're able to provide the basic services, but as far as enhanced services, it's a little more difficult. We're utilizing overtime, some of that money that you approved, also to help us with the American Rescue Plan dollars are being utilized to assist with overtime. But for special enforcement activities, we're limited in how much we can do and how often we can do it. Where in the past we may have been able to assign a unit to handle that for an extended period of time. Now it's a little bit differently, and we have to use primarily overtime to do that. But we're able to take care of the basic functions and some enhanced services. Anything that's critical, you know, we make sure that we address it. And we're engaging in a full campaign now to try to improve our staffing. I believe our current vacancy right now is about 31 people, so that's roughly no more than about 12% of our force.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Chief. So clearly we have some issues that we face in that regard. I look forward to hearing any type of innovative solutions that you all can come up with in the interim, because obviously that's a critical piece of this. I wanted to thank you, City Manager and Ms. McCready, also for the piece that kind of dovetails with this. And Ms. McCready, you mentioned it a little earlier. I had heard from a constituent about some safety concerns with regards to the entrances to the roads as he uses his wheelchair on the sidewalks. And throughout East Gainesville and certain parts of Northwest Gainesville, particularly in District 1, we have a lot of infrastructure issues where we don't have sidewalks at all, or the sidewalks that we have are very old and there are roots that are growing up through them, et cetera, et cetera. And so our neighbors who use wheelchairs and other mobility devices face a number of challenges and even dangerous situations as they try to get from point A to point B. So I appreciated being able to assemble with you all in November and take a look and respond directly to one of our neighbors who uses a wheelchair and was able to point out some of those issues to us. So I thank you very much, Ms. McCready, for coming up with the report that outlines over 50 places that we need to pay attention to. I certainly am looking forward to, I guess, adding to your workload. No, not really adding to your workload, but the reality is that I think that is the beginning. And I'm very excited about that work that I believe you said will start towards the end of this year. Am I correct?
For the curb ramps?
Yes.
We expect them to be done by the end of this year.
Thank you. So they will be done by the end of the year.
Correct.
That makes me feel a lot better. And I certainly look forward to any conversations about the additional infrastructure improvements, from the addition of sidewalks to the addition of bike lanes as well, as we look to improve pedestrian safety in the area. I'll go ahead and conclude with my comments for now, but I did want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ariola? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to work us towards a motion here. I want to thank my colleagues for all of their input. My thinking on this has really evolved since I got on the commission. Like all of you, year after year, as more pedestrians are injured or killed on our roadways, it is gut-wrenching to sit up here and decide what kind of an issue this is. We talk about engineering, we talk about education, we talk about enforcement a lot, and those will always be ongoing conversations. I really view this, however, as an issue of justice. To me, it is wrong that in a city as beautiful and as welcoming as ours, that people are putting their lives on the line by traveling on our roads, and especially more so if you're not using a motor vehicle. We have to begin to change our mentality as a society. We have to stop putting speed and cars first. We have to start putting people and lives first. And every time we make a engineering change, there's always a risk that people's culture of wanting to drive fast. I mean, we had issues with some of the roundabouts, and people. I've had multiple meetings with people concerned about watching cars basically hop roundabouts because they're not aware of the road. So it's an issue of education, it's an issue of engineering, it's an issue of enforcement. Those will always go on. But I think that we can take action today, and I think that we can begin to set a new narrative here in Gainesville, because I think we have reached a point where this commission is ready to take action. We've got the staff support to take action, and we heard the number of I would say opportunities for us to grow. But I want us to take action today. So I would like to move that we direct our staff to inform the public that we are going to set all city thoroughfares at 30 miles an hour, all neighborhoods set to 20 miles an hour, that we're going to ask the Board of County Commissioners and the Florida DOT that we will send them a letter to indicate that we're asking them to follow suit for their roads that are going through city limits, that they make those changes to follow suit with us. Second, on this motion, I would like to include an analysis on the flashing yellow signals and whether or not that would be appropriate for us to take a different approach. And I don't just mean the turning signals, I also mean there are, I guess you would say, lighter used intersections that the traffic signal actually turns to just a flashing yellow. And so it's really just a caution light, but for cars that are already going fast, they're generally not always going to slow down, and I just worry that needs to be studied closer. I'm not going to direct that we stop that practice until we have data showing that it would be advisable to do that. Third, I would like for us to include safe pedestrian access in all of our parks master planning going forward. The commission's goal is to have a park within 10-minute walking distance for everybody in the city. I would like for that goal to be 10-minute walking distance that's safe to every park in the city. And lastly, I'd like for any further recommendations for the Vision Zero to come before us at another meeting. I want this to be something the commission periodically addresses throughout the year, because I think it is a legacy that we want to leave a safer Gainesville on our roadways.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, but I have some, at least one other thing to amendments are always welcome.
Okay, very good, thank you. Madam Clerk, you get all that? Okay, great. Before I go back to Commissioner Santos, this is a whole nother sort of level of how we design and how we promote certain safety measures. So I'm glad we did what we did on 15th. It's an improvement. What would truly make that a safe thoroughfare is a completely protected bike lane. And Ms. McCready, I know you agree with me because you're an avid cyclist, and you know, as a cyclist, what makes you feel safe versus sort of safe versus like I'm never going to ride on that road under those conditions because that's just a suicide mission. Is there any reason other than time and funding why we wouldn't at least put up the collapsible reflective bollards on 15th like we've done on the one-way pairs over by campus to really let people in cars and people on bikes know that there's a clear separation, because it helps, right? I mean, it's not a concrete curb that like is going to derail a car if they hit it, but once folks see that, you don't see people drifting into those lanes.
You're talking about the flexible bollards like what we
Right,
put on 15th
yeah.
and 14th. Funding obviously is one, but there's other, there's new types of ways we can do protected bike lanes. There's something that the FDOT is looking at piloting that's a little bit different, so it's not the upright, but there's still a buffer. It's a heavy transit corridor, and that's part of the challenge when you start putting in the flexible bollards. We were just trying to reallocate pavement and get something in as quickly as possible to be safer, but with the expectation that we would start layering additional
Okay.
safety improvements, one of which would be like raised crosswalks or something like that. So I would say that's something we could discuss with the neighborhood when we do some additional outreach in that neighborhood to look at what other safety improvements we could make. But yes, it does come down a little bit to funding as well as how we maintain it. So we're working through that right now too.
Yeah, and I know those are challenges, you know, I don't know, I mean, you're looking in the Northeast that put in these true protected bike lanes, and they had to buy like special snowplows that
Right,
fit the
exactly.
bike lane, right? So these things that you don't think about. My whole point is that if we make that a truly protected corridor, it will be heavily used. It is an excellent north-south connector through a major part of our city.
Absolutely.
And if cyclists know that they can travel the entire length of that corridor safely, it will be a bike highway. I mean, it absolutely will. So, you know, to me, that's one of those demonstration projects where we can show the effectiveness, both on safety and on increasing choice riders and using that route as a way of getting from point A to point B. And which should then allow us to be able to do projects like that on other roads. So, you know, I'm not going to ask for that to be in the motion because I understand you need to look at some other factors like, you know, bus stops and people getting on and off. But
Correct.
if you can bring us back that analysis the next time we get an update, and what it would take to make that a protected bike lane in some iteration. I'm not going to even get close to telling you how to do your job. I think you will be able to determine like what would work best there. But it would be a huge benefit for all of the neighborhoods around there, which are, you know, there's like a dozen neighborhoods along
Absolutely.
that 15th Street corridor. And the other thing, if we don't mind adding to them, what I would like to see as we look at our 30-20 speed limits is opportunities for the education enforcement campaign to accompany it. We have to do it all at once. And I know we were really fortunate in the past to get a couple of those grants to do the pedestrian enforcement, and they were very successful. You know, I know that one, especially in front of GHS, so many cars travel that corridor, and it really reframed people's understanding and how they, you know, look out for pedestrians. So in the meantime, if we can be looking for those opportunities to sort of temporarily increase our enforcement and also maybe get some money for like the educational campaign, and bring all that back as well, so we can just really hit it all with everything we have. But everything else, I'm of course in support of. Yeah, without objection on the education enforcement, just it's an analysis.
Specifically, yeah.
Yeah, not telling you what to do, but just looking for those opportunities. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Completely agree with you on the protected bike lanes versus just kind of without any protection. Myself, I don't feel that safe on them. Definitely on some. I mean, Northeast 15th Street, even though we've made changes, people still drive fast on that road. So I think that's something across the city we should be looking in when we're doing it and putting protected bike lanes. And I'm ready to fund those. So from a funding standpoint, if there is gaps, I want to fund them.
Sorry, let me just, if you don't mind, there's a major, like there's schools on that route too, so I'm just wondering if Safe Routes to Schools funding
Correct.
could be
And-
used for protected bike lanes specifically. I know that's an untapped resource that like not enough communities
We do
take
have some
advantage
Safe
of.
Routes to School funding that we've been
Yeah.
awarded.
Okay,
But actually with the schools, that was one of the things we were looking at was a raised crosswalk.
Yeah.
To cross the street, which would achieve the slowing traffic down.
okay, good. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to get that out before I forget.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. On the 30 miles and 20 miles an hour, I have concerns with us moving forward on that without actually knowing what roads are what. I know there's a study coming back, and I think we should wait until that study comes back to figure out what we are actually voting on before they go and change signs. And hey, maybe there's one that the study says should be 20 and should be 30. I don't know. I think we should wait till that comes back to actually have hard data in front of us before we go and change every single sign in the city. I think if we set 35 miles an hour, we know that's only a couple roads, and that's a set, and then have staff come back with 30 and 20, because I have no idea what roads we're actually changing. I don't think that's a good thing when we're making decisions like that. The one other thing I hope that it can be added to the motion is that that we would ask the staff to come back with a report on what are the resources needed to speed up and expand the Vision Zero projects. Kind of what is it? Is it funding? Is it staffing?
Yes.
And then
Without objection, we'll ask the city manager to bring us back that analysis.
yeah, have it for a discussion. And then also, if we could add that we would get a memo on or maybe just come when that discussion item comes back, but the memo on the AG opinion that Commissioner Ward mentioned, and kind of what is the, a deeper analysis of that opinion.
Without objection. Okay, yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things I would ask us to consider as part of the motion, not to take action on, but to provide direction for more information on. What would be the impact of eliminating right on red in our city, period? That's going to be controversial, I'll tell you right now, but I'll also tell you that it's going to save injuries. Right on red, and not just at the big intersections. We already eliminated it at a lot of the big intersections at certain times of the day. At many intersections, such as 10th and 8th, you feel a false sense of security as a driver making that right on red. And if we just eliminate it citywide, I think there's a mentality that goes with that just, you don't have to think about, is it okay? Is there going to be somebody there? You just don't do it. Instead of trying to figure out, is this one of those where I can do it or not? Because people do have that conversation in their car. Just no, you can't. I would like us to add a study on that. I would also like us to study what it would take to eliminate, where possible with striking changes, passing lanes, otherwise known as suicide lanes. Those are dangerous. They're just straight up dangerous. Nobody.
You're talking about the center turn lanes.
Center turn lanes, yes. And what would be the impact of that, particularly where it's only a striping issue? I don't want to, at this point, I don't want to go into ripping out medians and that sort of thing, but there are places throughout our city where it's just a matter of restriping it. And maybe we add a bike lane instead, or I don't want to come up with alternatives right now. I'd like to know what the impact of that would be.
Okay, without objection.
You good?
Okay. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you. Good friendly amendments to the motion. I'd like to cap the motion at 9 points.
Thank you.
Just, there's a lot in there, and some of it is really just to sort of encourage you all and to hear back from the commission the support that we have for your work, and to bring back recommendations for some of the things that we're interested in. I want to go back to the point about the 30 mile an hour, 20 mile an hour the speed limits. It is my intent that that information would essentially come back to us in detail. I wasn't going to vote on which road should be 30, which road should be 20 anyway. Just from the dais, I think that gets, we're already talking about what anecdotes we've heard and what roadways we want to see changes on. And I think we can just get down a whole rabbit hole if we go there. But the policy direction of there shouldn't be a road in Gainesville over 30 miles an hour, and there shouldn't be a neighborhood road over 20 miles an hour. I think that's pretty blanket, and I think that's pretty simple for people to get their heads around. And obviously, we're not going to be able to change all the signs overnight, probably not even by the end of the month. So included in the motion is the plan for the educational campaign and the increased enforcement plan, so that people can be aware that these changes will be coming. Then when the final recommendations of which roads qualify for what limits comes before us, then we can, that final action will be taken. But I think we have to start telling people now that this is going to be the future of traffic safety in Gainesville. We are going to slow down cars in this city. And I think that, as with every major change this commission has made, which we do have public support for, we have to give the public time for the message and the word to permeate throughout the public, because that's just the nature of democratic government. So I hope you all will support this motion, and thank you for all the friendly amendments.
Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, so your motion is not to set it at 30 and 20, it's to say that we are planning on doing that, to have that come back to the commission when that study is fixed, and we will actually make that decision at that vote that time. Is that correct?
I think that's the more elegant way to do this.
Okay, so we're not actually setting the speed limits today.
Well, unless you all are deciding to change your minds later, I think we are indicating our interest in doing that. So,
Okay,
Asking staff to come back with
Yeah.
what
Okay.
it would take to implement a 30-20.
not actually, okay.
Yeah.
And then on 6, if it's possible,
these would usually take more than one vote.
we could do it today without a if we could add as part of that speed up the timeline, but also expand what's being done as well, not just. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll now invite members of the public to speak to this motion or just road safety in general. And David, I'm going to let you take this for just a second.
My name is Donald Shepherd, and People's Representative. I'm running from there. And there's several items I have to bring to the City Commission and Mayor that need to be addressed. I noticed that we addressed the RTS shelters. We addressed the study of sidewalk and curb implements. But we haven't engaged or encountered about crosswalk lights. I would like to see lights like what we have on the university that go across the road and signs put on each side that state that there's a crosswalk there, and these lights flash when a pedestrian comes to either side of this crosswalk. If we had that on East University going out towards Goldston, there'd been less bike people and pedestrians killed there. If we had them in certain areas within our city, could take and be saving our lives of our people. I would like to have the sidewalk addressed around here at the City Hall, because when I come the back way from the City Hall up the sidewalk here, this sidewalk is too narrow for you to come around the cement block wall that's there to take and make a proper turn to go up the sidewalk or down. And you either end up hitting the telephone pole or you end up going off the 2-inch drop sidewalk that's there now. And there's several areas that is immediately needed to take and be addressed. Across the road from the city, from the Catholic Charities down here on University, in front of the school there's a sidewalk there that needs to be addressed. There's one over here on
4th Street, I believe it is 34th, that is a 4-foot drop. And when you're coming up that sidewalk and you don't know about it, you will drop end over end. I have one that did that. I think there needs to be a flashing light down here, the other side of Banks, where is when you're coming down the hill from the Chamber of Commerce and you go across those two intersections there. I think those flashing lights should be there.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. I'm afraid your time is expired, but if you want to write down some of those suggestions and give them to us, we can make sure that our traffic folks get them and take a look at those areas.
Okay, sir.
Madam
Thank you.
Clerk? Nobody else? Okay, Adam, over to you.
We have several callers, Mr. Mayor, the first of which is Chris Furlow. Mr. Furlow, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Chris Furlow, President of Gainesville Citizens for Active Transportation, and I want to thank the Commission for having this important conversation about Vision Zero. I'm definitely supportive of citywide and MTPO-wide speed limits, and I'm cognizant of the engineers' concern about design and drivers' comfort level at various speeds. There's also good research out there, particularly from Australia, that shows if you do set a maximum citywide or MTPO-wide or something like that, that there's much greater compliance because people know that nowhere within certain boundaries are you legally allowed to drive over a certain speed. So even without the design changes that would really encourage drivers to feel less comfortable and drive more safely at lower speeds, there is greater compliance with speed limits if the education campaign goes forward and drivers are aware that they can't drive over a certain speed. Second, I appreciate Commissioner Ariola's motion. One thing I would like to add is, in addition to parks, add schools, because walkability to schools, bikeability to schools is very important. And I don't know about Gainesville in particular, but in general, about 30% of morning traffic congestion is related to parents dropping off kids at schools because they don't feel safe to let their kids walk or bike to school anymore. So I would like suggest that be added. Third, I'd suggest that if there aren't specific mode share targets or goals related to Vision Zero and the city's transportation plan, that those should be added. I'd suggest that 51% or more of commutes should be by active forms of transportation, bike, pedestrian, RTS, or micro-mobility means and so forth. And just to let you know, GCAT is committed, we're going to discuss it at our next meeting, to expand our call to action report from University Avenue and 13th Streets to at least citywide and perhaps MTPO-wide to help create targeted interventions based on real data. And we're going to be working with ideally staff from the city, the county, University of Florida, and FDOT to look at problematic areas and expand the urgency to
Thank you,
all
Mr.
those
Furlow.
areas. Thank you.
All righty. Do you want me to continue with all of our speakers here? I think we've got 6 or
Yes,
7.
Adam,
Mr. Mayor.
I think we have gotten to everybody in the chamber.
Great. Next speaker is Tana Silva. And again, Ms. Silva, my apologies for not getting to you earlier. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you, and no problem at all. I just wanted to ask something that the mayor answered already, was about speaking at 1 p.m. The previous caller brings up something that I wondered about too, is how much of this has gone through MTPO and have a more holistic look at measures that the city could take. I was looking back at something that we were working on here in Pleasant Street back in the early 2000s, and that was to get safer crossings of our stretch of 8th Avenue. If you can picture it between Main Street and 6th Street, it is actually 5 lanes wide. And so we've been asking since ever to have some attention put on this stretch of road. And I'm happy to see that is forthcoming. And I hope that the implementation of it will consult Pleasant Street neighbors and other users of this, who have to cross that stretch of road often. We had a petition even many years ago for just that, including church members of Mount Pleasant Church who would have to cross 8th Avenue off of 2nd Street. Anyway, and looking back, I see that this that was written then, more than 10 years ago, this was in 2015, more than 10 years ago, the MTPO staff proposed doing something better with this sad stretch of road, and for years, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we had our concerns dismissed by numerous elected officials at that point. So I'm glad to see that is beginning to come to fruition after these many years. It has some peculiar facets to the road that make it kind of dangerous to cross. And anyway, I also wanted to say that the another aspect of all of this is distracted bicycling and walking. I've actually seen a woman riding her bicycle with no hands on the handlebars, looking at her phone, talking and laughing, all the way through the intersection of 8th Avenue and 6th Street. Now there's distracted walking too, so that's a component. And that brings me back to a point that I've tried to make earlier, is that the city, UF, and FDOT have some kind of app they're working on, or have been working on for years now, for bicyclists and drivers to look at a screen to tell what's in front of them. That's so obviously nonsensical and dangerous that I hope the city will,
Thank you, Ms. Silva.
Silva?
that you as commissioners will
Ms.
look
Silva?
into that and overdo it. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Our next speaker is Kristen Young. Ms. Young, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Young. I'm Vice President of Gainesville Citizens for Active Transportation as well. I've spoken with many of you about different issues of transportation safety. It's cold comfort to look at the statistics as far as how Gainesville has fewer pedestrian bicycle deaths per capita, but it also shows what Gainesville has done well and what can be repeated in the future. Gainesville is a more dense, walkable city than our sister city in Ocala. Ocala has far more roads, not as much infrastructure for walking and biking, as Gainesville. So there are multiple layers to increasing safety for everyone who travels, and some of that's planning, some of that is infrastructure, some of it's enforcement, education, all the different E's. But it's important to recognize that denser, more walkable cities allows more people to walk, and it's safer also for people to walk. I appreciate all the presentation today, showing all that's being done. It's kind of hard to know as a member of the public, even as an informed member of the public, the projects that are happening. It'd be great to see everything's a list and where the progress that's being made as far as planning or study or construction, all different phases, so that we know where to concentrate. And again, citywide and the metropolitan area wide is important. We've talked a lot about Northeast, Northwest today, but Southwest also has problems. 20th is an issue. We've had deaths of pedestrians on 20th as well, west of 34th. So, and there's more construction in apartment buildings and RTS riders and who walk to stops there. So again, I'm it's every death's a tragedy, affects the whole community in different ways, and it shouldn't require tragedy to make change. And I'm thankful seeing that change is being made in the background, where it may not be as prominent as when an occurrence like this happened. So information to the public, that's my suggestion, so that we know what's going on and where we can give our feedback. And again, I appreciate the presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Our next speaker is Janice Gary. Janice, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. This is Janice Gary. I live in Oakview neighborhood, and I represent the Oakview Neighborhood Association. And our neighborhood, as you know, is on the northern boundary of the recent fatality of a pedestrian on Northwest 8th Avenue. After that fatality, I sent an email to our commissioners, and I would like to thank Mayor Poe for referring me over to Ms. McCready's office, and she hooked me up as well with Deborah Leisner. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. And these two city staff have been incredibly helpful and prompt and responsive to my concerns. They're arranging opportunities for me to speak with them and talk about solutions to the traffic in our neighborhood and around our neighborhood. And I would like to thank those city persons very much for their responsiveness. As somebody who lives in a neighborhood that is surrounded by arteries for the city, I can vouch that the amount of traffic that has increased just in the last year or two has been astronomically increased. So what used to be inconveniences have become hazards. And I don't think that's anybody's fault. I think that's just Gainesville growing, and we have to try to get ahead of the curve. I'm afraid we're a little behind the curve, but I appreciate the discussion to catch up. Nobody wants a tragedy. This is nobody's fault. I would like to support the 20 and 30 mile per hour speed limits across the city. I also appreciate that there are constraints with city and county roads, so I appreciate the approach of studying these things to make sure we're being effective. And I also appreciate that public education is being put at the forefront. And public education can start right now by notifying people that the city is actively working on this, and notifying people that we all need to pay more attention to the speed limit and be respectful of people who are not in vehicles. I would also like to say that Oakview is an absolute corridor for non-vehicular traffic. We walk places, we bike places, we take children in our strollers, and I think we represent the best of what urban city living can be. And I very much appreciate the escalation of traffic safety so that we can continue that sustainable and enjoyable lifestyle here in Oakview. Thank you to everybody for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Gilmore. Our next speaker, oh, I'm sorry, that was Janice. Our next speaker is Amy Gilmore. Amy, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. This is Amy Graff Gilmore. I'm one of the thousands of parents in Gators Against Student Pedestrian Deaths. I'd like to start my comments just by remembering some of the young lives lost. Sophia, Maggie, little Dylan, and most recently, Sabrina Obando. First, I have a question for Melissa McCready. Thank you so much for your presentation and for being there and for always being so responsive. You mentioned that there will be signal upgrades where the speed tables are now on University Avenue. At least I think I heard that correctly. I hope this doesn't mean that speed tables will be removed. Removing them would be a big mistake. Right now, drivers don't seem to care about pedestrian walk signals. And we heard the story of the mayor doing a mayor walk with the police last night. You can have the mayor and a police presence on the side of the road and drivers will still blow through a pedestrian walk. And so given that drivers don't care about pedestrians or bicyclists or anyone really but themselves, and when I say drivers, I include all of us, what are the city, what is FDOT doing to change the ethos of drivers? What is the solution to get drivers to pay attention? Why are we so afraid of driver anger and driver entitlement? There has to be top-down messaging from the city, from the state. There has to be some kind of message that, you know, it's not masculine, it's not macho, it's not tough to think only about yourself as a driver. What matters is caring about the whole community, the whole state. And this costs $0. This messaging costs $0. It costs $0 to have a press conference, for the mayor to have a press conference, or the state representative to have a press conference, or the governor to have a press conference. Costs $0. There's just no excuse. I don't know why it's acceptable to have pedestrian deaths. Thank you. I don't have anything else to say. I appreciate all the hard work everyone's doing.
Thank you, Amy. All right, our last speaker, actually it's not our last speaker, we've had a couple more chime in. David Eastman. Mr. Eastman, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Brian Eastman here. I am in the Oakview neighborhood, like a previous caller called in, and I just wanted to speak in favor of how important it is for you guys to start trying to make big moves on pedestrian safety. There's been a real change in how we have interacted with our cities during the pandemic. There's far more people walking, far less vehicle miles traveled, far less cars on the road, and I'd encourage everyone on the commission to look at places like in Europe, where Paris, Budapest, Milan, which have really used this time period to change the roads away from being focused entirely on car-centric design, but focused on pedestrians and ensuring that pedestrians have a safe way of getting around. You can see the same thing closer to home in Tampa and St. Pete, where they've also started to work on creating more important pedestrian design. That we have an opportunity now in the middle of this pandemic, at a time when bicycling has really gone up, where walkability has really gone up, and start to change the narrative and how we move forward on this. And it's and something that's been talked a lot about here is the importance of safety, which is of course true. Commissioner Areola talked a lot about justice. I also think there's an important environmental aspect to this, which I don't remember hearing, which is that if we really want to reduce our carbon emissions and we really want to ensure that we have a more sustainable future for our children, we're going to need to move beyond just renewable energy and electrical vehicles, which is going to be a very important move in that direction. But also we need to talk about how we're going to have people more walkable, how we're going to bring more bikes onto the road. So I hope that you guys continue to move forward with these things. It sounds like you guys have great staff that's been working on this. And I applaud them for all of the work on there. I worry about a future in which there's only 2 staff members that are continuing to work on these things. I think that we'd begin to start moving forward a lot more if we built in more capacity into that department and ensured that, you know, we could start moving forward on these projects and begin really pushing forward. Because it sounds like they're really on the cutting edge, and I've been really excited to hear about all the work that they've been doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Eastman. I believe our last speaker is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have the floor in 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. There's no question, you know, speeding within the city limits of Gainesville is a real problem, especially behind GHS, which is now being referred to as the 13th Street bypass. And no question, we also have a real problem with distracted pedestrians and distracted bicyclists. Now, given how short-staffed GPD is, you know, with their limited budget, now this will be my age, coming through here. I remember when the budgets were so, what I consider appropriate. Public safety for GPD the budget was so good that the majority of our police officers had bachelor's degrees. And the standards now just seem to be getting less and less and less as the budget keeps getting less and less and less. And they're having to do so much. We've got so many other crimes, that they're faced with as well. My question is how does the city commission, how do you all plan to enforce all the new speed limits?
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Mr. Mayor, that is our last caller.
Okay, thank you all for calling in. Yeah, Ms. McCready, do you want to answer that question real quickly from one of our callers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to answer advise Commission of one quick thing, that under state law, regarding the signage for speed limits, it does have to be signed and sealed by an engineer licensed to practice engineering in Florida. So that's part of the speed limit conversation.
Okay.
And then to answer the question about if the speed tables go away, if the signals are going to be there, the speed tables will not go away until the raised crosswalks are installed, the permanent raised crosswalks, and those will be fully signalized. In addition to the 16th and 19th, signals are also going in. So there will be 4 more signals on that corridor to create those short blocks. So I did want to reassure the caller that those, when they won't go away until there's permanent replacements.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to respond to 2 things. When we're talking about culture change, this is a culture that has been developed over 80 years that we're trying to change and fix. If it could be done with a press conference, we would have done it. I've done press conferences. I do my annual ride with the mayor that gets plenty of press attention and brings awareness. We do our walks. It's a national systemic challenge that we have, and we're pushing against it as hard as we can here locally. But it's not a matter of us not focusing the attention it needs. It's a matter of trying to change a national culture that has been embedded for generations, that cars are supreme over all other users on the road. That's what we're trying to alter. The second, as far as GPD, the challenge, the staffing challenge is not budgetary. We have budgeted for all of those positions. Funding for GPD has gone up in the last 2 budget years. It's gone up every year, in fact. We have not cut money from the police department. This is a national challenge. It is increasingly difficult to recruit and retain officers for a wide variety of reasons. It is a very difficult job to be a law enforcement officer in America right now. And so it's not that this commission has shifted money away from that department. We are just facing the same headwinds as every law enforcement agency in the country. And it's a tough challenge, and we take it very seriously. So we'll keep working on it. But I want to go back to something Mr. Furlow said, that when there is a unified understanding that in the city the speed limit is 30 miles an hour, that makes a noticeable difference. People aren't thinking, am I on a 45 road or a 30 road? And so even without the enforcement component, you will see gains, you will see improvements in reduction of speeds and safer driving. So there is good justification for that. All right, we do have a bit of a motion on which we should vote. So in advance, Madam Manager, Ms. McCready, Ms. Leisner, thank you, we understand what we're putting on you. This is a lot and it's heavy, but we know that you're up for the work, so we really appreciate it in advance. So with that, all in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Sacco absent. All right, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is BD2, City of Gainesville and Gainesville Housing Authority Potential Partnership Plan. with the recommendation that the commission provide feedback on proposed details of.
Okay, Ms. Harris, welcome. Good to see you. And we also have Ms. Davis and Mr. Kiner, I think, from the Housing Authority here with us today. We're pleased to have you, and thanks for sticking around with us this morning. And so, Madam Manager, did you want to give any introductory remarks?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, several meetings or so ago, Commissioner Ward actually offered some conversation about potential partnership with the Gainesville Housing Authority. We were asked to go back and meet with the authority and just explore some ideas of what we might be able to forge as it relates to a partnership. We've done that, and we are coming back with what we have, brainstormed. Wanted to get some more feedback from the commission, and then we would follow up, bringing a partnership agreement back to the board, or back to this commission.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mayor and members of the City Commission. We do have a PowerPoint that we would like to have the clerk's office load for us, please. Thank you. So as the city manager has referenced, that we did the commission, next slide, please. Thank you. The commission did, back in November, approve the following motion, and that was to, in recognition of Gainesville Housing Authority's aggressive plan to create 500 additional affordable housing opportunities in our city, and the need for those opportunities, the City Commission directed the city manager to detail a plan for the city to work with the Gainesville Housing Authority toward the following ends. Name the GHA as an official housing partner of the city, provide dedicated grant support, provide connection fee assistance, disperse city-owned surplus property for affordable housing construction, partner for home ownership readiness classes, other programs as recommended by the city manager. And the plan should be a multi-year fixed date agreement with options for renewability and should return to the City Commission by the second meeting in January, which is why we're here today. So I do want to say that we have a preliminary outline, so we definitely want to receive some commission feedback on that preliminary outline, and it is in the backup. That preliminary outline is a draft and it's in the backup. Next slide, please. So the city staff and GHA met in December 2021 to discuss that preliminary outline, and Ms. Davis is here to speak to the proposed plan and will provide a brief overview of some of the potential projects that we've identified that could possibly go into this plan. Next slide, please. We will be coming back after we receive some feedback from the commission. Ultimately, we'll have to finalize those various components. We're going to, of course, there will be a MOU that we'll have to establish. But today's meeting, our purpose for today is to let the commission know that we did receive your direction and we did meet with GHA. We are beginning to formulate the proposed plan, and we'll have to have several more meetings and work to identify what that will look like, but want to get your feedback. So that proposed plan will include, of course, developing that memorandum of understanding, clarifying the roles and relationships of the city and Gainesville Housing Authority, evaluating those potential projects to provide the affordable housing opportunities for the eligible recipients, identifying those possible funding sources, the terms of the proposed plan, and the implementation timeline. Next slide, please. So our ultimate goal, of course, is to increase over 500 affordable housing opportunities. Next slide, please. The proposed plan outline, again, is just to reiterate the motion that the commission approved in November, and that is to name the Gainesville Housing Authority as an official partner with defined partnership roles to be established later. The dedicated grant support assists with the disbursement of city-owned surplus properties, and I will say that with that particular item, we may have to discuss the city's real estate policy, because that may affect the city's real estate policy that's already been adopted and approved by the City Commission. Continue partnership with the homeownership readiness classes and other programs as identified by the City Commission and recommended by the city manager. equal partnership and dedicated staff support on large catalytic community grants, such as the Choice Neighborhood Grant. Next slide, please. And Ms. Davis is here, and she will kind of go over the next two slides because these are potential projects that have been identified, and she's going to come and give you an overview of some of these projects. Ms. Davis?
Mr. Mayor, if I might intervene?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Prior to Ms. Davis or Mr. Connor coming forward, I just wanted to make a statement particularly about the slides that are coming up. When Ms. Davis was here before, she actually presented these slides and talked about some of the projects that are ongoing with the Housing Authority. And I just wanted to clarify that we are not here to make the commitment in terms of dollars, because I know there are gaps here. And you look at the dollar signs and you're like, whoa. So I just wanted to make it clear that as I've spoken to Ms. Davis, it's clear that we are not attempting to place the board in a position where you're making a commitment. We're discussing this. There's a lot more detail that needs to be fleshed out in terms of where the city might fit as it relates to how these projects roll out and what funding is needed. But these are projects that obviously are ongoing in the Gainesville Housing Authority. And I just wanted to clarify that so that we didn't allow the numbers to kind of get in the way of the opportunity for us to leverage this relationship, because I see it as a very important relationship as we, the city, attempt to find our place in that affordable housing puzzle and how to actually get things to happen a lot quicker than they're happening already.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Harris.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Mayor.
Kiner, welcome.
City Manager. And again, to reiterate what the manager said, we provided these projects in the prior presentation that we provided to council. And these are just examples of some of the projects that are on our radar right now. So just to be brief, the Elite Job Training Center is a job training center that we are in the process of designing and are going to build at our Pine Meadows property on East University Avenue, working with our residents as well as the broader community to help bring about some training opportunities for them and job opportunities. The 302 Northeast 25th Street, we believe it'll be the first home, the first project built utilizing the city's new ADU ordinance, accessory dwelling unit ordinance. So we wanted to highlight that. Local contributions for phase 2 of Woodland Park, you're familiar with that. We've completed the first phase, the second and third phase are upcoming. Next slide, please. The Dorn Blueberry Farm, 75 acres behind TB McPherson, we currently have under contract and are working on the due diligence. Obviously, if we were to undertake a lift of that size, we would need to work with the city on that. Funding for a home ownership at Woodland Park Phase 3. We are looking into the remaining units of Phase 3 Woodland Park doing home ownership as a possibility. Redevelopment of Oak Park and Sunshine Park, what we call our AMP2 properties. Obviously, these are long-established housing developments through the Housing Authority, and in order for them to remain online, they need some TLC. So to keep them online for the next 20 to 30 years, we're currently looking into redeveloping those partnerships. And then lastly, large catalytic community grants like the Choice Neighborhood Grant provided by HUD. They have a two-part grant, an implementation grant, as well as a grant to help you build out that. And so our thought process is our properties on East University Avenue. You all talked earlier in the meeting about the asset that Cone Park is. We have the Lofton Magnet School there. It's a gateway into East Gainesville. So working with the city and staff on grants of that nature. So again, these are just some of the things that are on our radar that we're currently working on. Next slide. And I believe that's it. I'll turn it back over to Helen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Connor.
So again, Mayor and members of the City Commission, we, staff, just wanted to come back before you all just to let you know that we have followed your direction and have began those conversations with the Gainesville Housing Authority regarding a potential partnership, and wanted to receive some feedback from you on the draft plan. Again, we will be working with them and our city attorney's office on developing a memorandum of understanding.
All right, very good. Thank you both for your input. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, your staff and the GHA for work you're doing, and then it seems to be accelerating faster and faster about this getting done. I know that's hard on the capacity side, but I think it's making a difference. In terms of the MOU, on the fourth section, a deposition of city-owned property. What exactly is that saying, I guess, assist the city in dispersing? My concern, I want us to make sure that if someone comes to us and wants to build housing, that they aren't locked out of it because someone else has kind of got dibs on it, but they haven't started construction. And I also think we should, it should be open to whoever wants to build affordable housing. If that's a governmental body, it's nonprofit, it's for profit. I think we shouldn't lock ourselves in. So I guess what is the meaning of kind of number 4 on the?
It's just a general statement, if I might, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
respond. It's just a general statement. Again, these are ideas of where they can play a role. Not that they would exclusively have that opportunity to do that. That's not the intent.
Okay. And then in terms of the projects, the Dorn Blueberry Farm, I know it's zoned single family currently, like SF3. I have concerns with the city subsidizing a single family, 100% single family homes, and I think that I would like to see you try to rezone that property and to have allowing you to have a mix of different housing units in it. That's something that I would support in helping to support, but just 100% single family, it's a huge amount of acres for just a small number of homes that are getting built, and I don't think that's the best use of funds. I guess one question in terms of, and I see Sunshine Park and that's great, but other projects that are kind of closer into the core of the city, do you have any of those that are kind of on the cusp as well, or?
Come on up, Ms. Davis, thanks.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Pam Davis, CEO, Gainesville Housing Authority. Commissioner Adrian, right now, what we're looking at, the Dorn property was brought to our attention, and this was a potential to really be impactful in a community, more so than just infill. So we are in the due diligence phase because, like you said, it's an opportunity to really make an impact, to put 100 or so affordable housing in one area. And we're in the very preliminary stages, and so we would not be opposed to multifamily as well as family in that development.
I'm sorry, there's something happened over here. I missed what you said. I apologize.
I said we're in the due diligence phase of that land. So nothing is written in stone, so we're not opposed to looking at both multifamily and family. What we're looking for in this partnership is basically to be able to work closely with city staff in moving forward and ensuring that we're making the best use out of every potential that we get. You know, as the city gave us a lot, maybe it was 2 years ago, and we were able to get 3 homes on that one lot. And so we want to make sure that we're in a position to work very closely with the city and our other housing providers in this community. We want to be impactful, and we believe that impact will only happen through collaboration and partnership. So not only with the city, with our other housing providers as well. We're talking with and working with NHDC right now. So our goal is not to say the housing authority wants all of the city land. That is not our goal. We want to be at the table just making sure that things can move forward and that we can have some measurable goals in this city and that we can show our community that we're addressing our affordable housing problem.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think a mix of duplex, triplex, single-family home, just having a mix of different allows different income levels in there too. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great work, everyone. Always glad to see when long motions come back, and I think we're going to be able to have a simple one here. I like the direction of the MOU. Let me share with you what my vision for this partnership is going to be. I want us to essentially make it a regular part of the city of Gainesville's business to be involved in the construction of affordable housing. when the city created the Gainesville Housing Authority, I believe that was the intent. But we needed an agency that was essentially that was their charge and that was their duty. So I believe we have that with Gainesville Housing Authority. What I'd like for us to do, and I think Commissioner Santos was getting to this point, which is how can we build an affordable housing goal for the whole city of Gainesville, so that we have goals for how much affordable housing needs to be built in the city year after year after year. We can help the affordable, we can help GHA meet their goals, and we can enlist other partners to help us reach those goals as well, because nobody can do it alone.
Absolutely.
So I think that we are going down the right path for that. And I'm just really encouraged by what I see here in the draft. So no additional comments on individual projects from me, but I do think we're heading down the right path. So thank you all very much for your diligent work on this, and looking forward to seeing the final product come before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone involved with working on this. I really appreciate this moving forward relatively quickly. That matters. We know that we do not have enough housing that is affordable at various levels throughout the community. I mean, it is a problem everywhere, and that's why prices spike up. My intent with the idea of partnering with the Gainesville Housing Authority to help us disperse city-owned property goes back to something that we can illustrate very clearly. In about a week and a half from now, we're going to have a groundbreaking for 12 lots, I think it is, that the city of Gainesville is granting to Habitat. And that's great. I'm excited that we are able to finally disperse those lots. But we passed the motion to do that in the summer of 2019. It should not take 2.5 years to do that. And it's not because anybody was doing anything wrong. Everybody worked really hard at it to try to get it done. But we didn't have a process. We didn't have a set of guidelines where somebody could sit down and say, okay, the commission says to disperse these 12 lots. This is how we get that done, and move through it expeditiously. I want that expeditious process to be developed. I have observed, as have all of you, I think, that the Gainesville Housing Authority is on fire, metaphorically and positively, to get housing built for people in this community. It's not that other organizations don't do good work, but I want to look at another partnership that we have as a parallel. We have, as a city, essentially outsourced our homelessness policy and our work on homelessness to Grace Marketplace because they do amazing work. It's not that we aren't willing to and that we don't work with other homeless service providers. It's that Grace is our expert. And that's who we've worked with. And that's not a formal setup, but it's the same sort of thing that I'm looking at with the Gainesville Housing Authority. They're doing great work. They're producing large volume, and that's what the people who live in our city need, is large volume of better and more affordable housing. So that's my intent with number 4 on this, when I made this motion in the first place, was to develop a relationship with an organization that can perhaps help us do a better job of dispersing property that we want to disperse anyway. And I'm sure that will require us making some changes in our real estate policy. We should consider those changes. What we have is a cumbersome process. We also have very valuable assets that can make life better for a lot of people who live in our community. I see this as an opportunity for us to streamline that process and create a system that works. So that's my intent on this. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into it, and again, the speed at which it's come back to us. Thank you all.
Thank you. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to GHA for your presentation. I have some basic questions that will kind of guide me in possibly form the basis for some comments that I want to make. Ms. Davis, how many properties are in your portfolio?
Currently, we have 574 public housing units, and we have 1,732 vouchers.
1,732 vouchers, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And we also have, through our nonprofit, 31 units.
What's the average age of your properties?
Our average age of our property is about 50 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. And your most recent renovation was when?
The redevelopment
Mhm.
at Sweetwater's Preserve was in we leased up in 2020.
2020?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
before that?
When we started it, is that what you're asking me?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we got a 2014 tax credit allocation.
What's your process for determining what properties get renovated and when?
We looked at the age of our property. We look at what needs to be done. Like currently, we're looking at Sunshine Park and Oak Park because those property systems are failing. So we have a physical needs assessment done by an architect. And then we look at which property needs the most attention the soonest.
And you said Sunshine Park, are those the ones that are down on East University?
No, Sunshine Park is off Second, and then Oak Park is on Main. Our university properties are Lake Terrace, Pine Meadows, Caroline Manors, and then Forest Pine in Duval is a part of what we call AMP3.
And how old are those?
Roughly in their 40s as well.
Right.
All of our properties are coming to a point where they need some major renovations and rehab, and that's why we're working toward that as well.
Absolutely. There was a reason that I asked you for those specific numbers. Obviously, I come into contact or pass by those properties quite frequently. I live in the area, and I make it my business to kind of pay attention to those. So thank you for that, that information, roughly 40 years old.
And we completed a needs assessment that I can share with you all on those maybe about 2.5 years ago.
So now, the Woodland Park, were they older than the ones out east?
Woodland Park they're rough, just something, it might be a tad, not much.
Okay. All right. I wanted to thank Commissioner Hayes Santos for bringing up the issue of the surplus properties and us kind of being vigilant about making sure we weren't cutting other providers out of this opportunity. I wasn't here for this discussion when the commission first had it, and I was a little disappointed that I wasn't able to be a part of it. I had to work that day, and that conversation unfolded. Most of your properties are in District 1, and so not only do I have the opportunity to see them quite often, but I have the opportunity to encounter the residents of those areas. And I have heard a number of concerns that have been expressed about the property. So I'm excited for any renovations and look forward to the renovations of those that have really been standing in need for a number of years. I'll tell you that it is concerning and disheartening for me to pass by and see simple things like signs, just signage, that is literally falling down. So I'm hoping and I'm wondering if you have a process in place, and this is just somewhat of a brief aside from the overall conversation, where just simple things like that can help our residents to feel like they live in a place that is more like home, a place that they're proud to call home. Because signage, when you enter into where you live, it has a lot to do with your psychology and your mental health. My biggest concern about this is that I don't want us to find ourselves in a position where we are creating any type of exclusive opportunity for any one organization. So I was glad to hear you, Ms. Davis, say that you're looking forward to creating some partnerships. But what I would have appreciated from this commission is just off the top to have created some sort of affordable housing consortium. Because in my mind, what that would have done is right off the top, it wouldn't have identified just a single organization. It would have said to all of the housing providers or affordable housing providers, you get to be a part of a process from the very beginning where you can help us to disperse our surplus property, you can help us attack this problem of affordable housing in a very collaborative way. But right now, it sounds like we'll be depending on you all to pull that collaboration together. I would have preferred that to have come from the city. I think that's part of our job. It shows us being fair, it shows us being equitable. Right off the top of my head, and Ms. Davis, and I think maybe one of my colleagues here from the dais identified some of our other affordable housing providers, but I always like to make sure that I identify and call out those people who are also doing the work, because it's important that we don't forget that there are other people that are doing this too and have been doing it well for a number of years. So the Neighborhood Housing Development Coalition, as well as the Jennings Development Group, who specializes in low to moderate income housing and was responsible for building Tiger Bay, Lewis Place, and Eden Park. I can tell you that I have personally been reached out to by Mr. Jennings, who is interested in adding some affordable housing to Eden Park and some of his other locations. So
I've talked to him as well.
wonderful. But I get concerned when I hear this commission just trying to single out one organization. I'm going to kind of sum up my my thoughts here. I do look forward to the renovations, Ms. Davis, on the properties that need it the most, that have been 40 years in the making. And I'm looking forward to hearing what else, whatever else my colleagues have to say. But I really do want my colleagues to hear my heart on the need to make sure that we are intentional in including all of the housing providers, pulling them to the table on this. This to me sounds a little exclusive, and that's just my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to address your concern about why Gainesville Housing Authority. Gainesville Housing Authority was created by Florida statutes, and those statutes clearly indicate the powers of an authority. And we were created by the city of Gainesville in 1966 for the charge that we're here to discuss today, this partnership. That's what makes the Housing Authority just a little bit different from NHDC, Habitat, and some of the others. We were created, but someone has to help lead the charge. We're here to say, let us do what we were intended, what we were created to do in 1966. It is not our intentions to exclude any of our partners. I've been saying from day one since I came into this community, it takes a collaboration, a strategic partnership for us to really be impactful. We've been able to do some things, but we could do more with other housing partners and providers in this community. And I think the real impact happens when we all work together. We have, over the years, met with our partners, but because there is no lead agency as it relates to affordable housing, we have meetings, we talk about what needs to happen, and that's it. What we're saying is, let us partner with the city and let us help take that lead. That's all we're saying. We're not looking to be, to sole source anything. We're saying, let us do what we were created to do here in this community.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Can you speak to the people that you're currently partnering with?
We are Malcolm has been working with NHDC. We're talking with them right now about a partnership. They have come to us. We just met a couple of weeks ago. It has not been finalized. They're looking for some help with us with their deal, and they have to get back some information. We've talked with Habitat for Humanity about partnering with us. But that's why we're here today, is to say, let's create this partnership where it's more than discussion, that someone is leading the way and we're putting a master plan together, as someone just indicated, that's going to have some measurable goals for our city as we address the affordable housing issue in our community.
Got you. Nothing formalized yet is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, okay. Previously, who have been some of the partners that you worked with?
In this community?
Yes, ma'am.
On housing, it has been public-private, like we're with the North Star Corporation, who helped us with, is helping us with Part Phase 2, Pinnacle Housing Group. It's been more private than public. We have just worked with the city on the Lincoln Venture deal, where we're looking to get 15 affordable housing using voluntary inclusionary zoning. And so right now, that's where we are.
Mm-hmm. You currently write your own grants, correct? Are you the person that writes your grants?
We write our grants, and sometimes we hire grant writers.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Before I go back around, I am absolutely ready to move forward with formalizing parts of this relationship. I have faith in you, Madam Manager, and our housing folks who've been doing this work for a long time and are passionate about it in figuring out what that structure looks like and how it can work for our neighbors and help sort of magnify the impact that the authority has. I am particularly interested, well, there's a lot of new, exciting approaches towards housing, that we haven't had in the past. Mm-hmm. We're going to be discussing inclusionary zoning, quite soon with the city. We got our initial report back, and staff is working on, a way to bring that back to us for our final consideration. You all would be an ideal partner to make that inclusionary zoning much more likely with a lot of the private investment we have going on in our city. And I love what you all did with Lincoln Ventures. To take what would be exclusively a market rate, predominantly student-oriented housing project and include affordable housing as part of that is a huge win. And the more that we can do that, we do 15 on this project, 20 on the next, and pretty soon you're really getting to a critical mass of units that meet our community's needs, as well as not isolating or segregating the affordable housing options that people have. And to me, that is sort of 1B. 1A is getting them unit built and getting a family in there. 1B is giving families more of an opportunity to choose where they live and be able to choose their neighborhoods, that fit their needs. And so I think there's a lot of potential there. And the fact that y'all have been able to do that voluntarily without the ordinance even in place, I think speaks to the effectiveness. Another thing that came up with this commission recently was the potential for the city contributing funds towards vouchers that sort of mirrored what you're able to do through federal voucher programs, but just allowing you all to manage it. So us creating a recurring funding source that would just simply allow you to serve more families. I know some of the challenge of that is finding willing landlords to participate in the program. That too is something I think the city can help with. I think that we can be a little bit more strategic about how we reach out to landlords, how we potentially incentivize landlords, and get more participation in that, so that waiting list isn't the more than 2,000 families that we know sort of are theoretically out there, even though we haven't, those don't open up every year. So I think this is an important step. I absolutely trust Ms. Curry and the management team to work with you to find something that will be beneficial for our, then let's center the people that need centered here, right? It's the families that need housing. It's not the GHA or the city commission. It's the families that need housing that we need to find new and creative solutions for. And I am confident we can do that without excluding anybody else that wants to work in this space. In fact, I think we can do it in a way that will benefit all of the organizations, public and private, that are rethinking how they do this and how they can be more effective and serve more families. So I'm happy with being more intentional and more formal in what that looks like, so we can commit to it both in resources and staffing and funding moving forward. And I mean, I'll talk to you offline. I've got some thoughts about the Blueberry Farm as well. Great opportunity. I think we could really do something special there, and some of the other properties as well. But the wide angle view, we need to stop sort of leapfrogging from project to project and episode to episode, and sort of formally commit that we collectively are going to address this problem and get people housed. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the discussion and concerns and positives and everything. I will tell everyone, Commissioner Duncan Walker, I absolutely hear your concerns. There were many of the concerns that I had when this originally came to this commission in 2017 or 18. Ms. Davis came to us with asking us to do some sort of more specific, intentional agreement with the Gainesville Housing Authority. I was very skeptical. I've done enough research with the Gainesville Housing Authority and otherwise, and talking with other partners and other potential partners and people I wished would be partners and all that sort of thing, and not seeing anything moving forward on its own. Which is not to say there aren't folks who are doing good things. There are folks who are doing great work in the community. But I am more convinced now than ever that because of the intrinsic relationship between the city of Gainesville, the unavoidable relationship between the city of Gainesville and the Gainesville Housing Authority, they are chartered by the city of Gainesville. And their board is appointed by the mayor of Gainesville. We can expect things of them that we cannot expect of other organizations. I am absolutely not suggesting that we should close out work with NHDC or private firms or anyone else. I am suggesting that we formalize a relationship with the Gainesville Housing Authority. So that's been my intent all along, and I'll hold off on making a motion there till I'll hear more from you there. Thank you.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just, really quick comment. As I see many of my colleagues are already on board with doing this, the one thing that I can say that will probably give me a little bit of peace is that city management will have strict oversight of this process, correct?
Madam Manager.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, this is going to be, this commission has already identified affordable housing and some leadership in that area to be developed out. This is the beginning of that. We will have oversight over it. And of course, this relationship is at the very beginning. We have to sit with the city attorney and make sure that what we have here is not constrictive or restrictive. And when I say leverage, it's not just a leverage in a vacuum with the Gainesville Housing Authority, but with all of the other agencies that are out there doing affordable housing in the city of Gainesville. and making sure that they fit into that puzzle that gives us the results that we're all looking for. So in answer to your question succinctly, yes, this is a relationship where the city, of course, will be leading it.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll wait to hear the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you. I'll move that we move forward with the MOU.
Is there a second? Second. Motion is second that we move forward with developing an MOU with the Gainesville Housing Authority to come back to the commission at a later date. Commissioner Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would point out two things. First of all, any MOU that's created will be a draft until it comes to us and we can work with it. So if there are specific items within the MOU, we can work with the manager's office to fix things that give a majority of the commission discomfort, and I would assume with any individual members of the commission as well. I wanted to point out also that an opportunity that we have with this city manager that we have not had previously is her breadth of experience with housing authorities, which is yet another reason that I feel comfortable moving forward with our housing authority and not a variety of other organizations in such large agreement. Again, other organizations happy to do agreements moving forward with them when they come forward. This one came forward, and many of us have been doing due diligence on it for a good long while, and I feel strong about moving forward with this. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Got a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for public comment on this item? Great. Mr. Shepherd?
Yes, my name's Donald Shepard, the People's Representative, been running for mayor, and I am ecstatic. I'm really happy over this. This is something that the Housing Authority, they have been trying since 2000, I'm going to say 3. That, now I don't even know the age in which they've been fighting to take and get this brought to the city commission and get this kind of attention that you now are exhiberating in behalf of them and in behalf of our residents and our people. I am totally pleased of this action. This here needs to be backed with our city finances or any kind of finances we can take and pull in to make this happen. They've been scratching or biting at the bit for years for to make things happen. And it's been financing. Where's the governor's help on this? I think that even the governor or president should be helping these people in each city, in each town, to take and develop housing authorities to help people get homes. I'm looking for a home, and I've been looking for a good 5 years for a home, and I haven't received any help. I've received some, but the banks are not banking me. Why? Because they say that because I live on a fixed income that I don't have enough income to take and purchase a home. Bull, I say, because we need these people and our city commissioners and mayors to help people, whether they're elderly, poor people, or whether they're rich. Let's help these people by getting this housing developed. And I thank you for passing this, and I thank you, Mrs. Walker, and the city manager and the staff for making this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Mr. Kane, just give us one moment. Welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Commission. You know, I've been around Gainesville. I actually grew up here. Many of these properties that we're talking about, they've been around for ages, and they are long overdue. You know, I was listening to Commissioner Walker, and I caution this commission. Sometime we have to go back and do research. I've done my research, and I know. These houses that we're wanting to do all this stuff to, they're far behind. We're one of the few cities that still have clothes on the clothesline and not clothes in the dryer because of the old infrastructure. So I caution when we say we want to just put the Gainesville Housing Authority to do this. That's a problem. We have to open it up to Habitat for Humanity and all these other organizations, and that's very strongly. But we have a city manager that has the wisdom, the knowledge, the understanding to understand what goes on in housing. We have to be careful when we say partnerships. What are we partnering with? How much crime has took place in their particular places? What have they done to stop that? How do the residents feel? And particularly about the Gainesville Housing Authority. So I caution that we do, before we enter anything, before we do anything, I think we may just want to do some type of evaluation. I would join the team to go knock on a door and find out how they feel. But let us look at other partners. That's what's going to make us stronger. I know we're used to Gainesville Housing Authority, but there are other ways to skin a cat. And we need to use those ways and not just depend on, we appreciate what they do, but times have changed. Ways have changed. Seasons have changed. The pandemic have changed us. So we got to find ways, and I think there's more than one way to do this. But with the expertise of Madam City Manager and the commission, I know we can do this. But let's don't move so fast. It looked good now, but it may not look good later. Let's be careful about what we enter into, because sometimes what you see is about what you don't see. So let's look at this thing. And if we do it, we're going to do it right. We want to do it right. Madam Mayor, you're doing a wonderful job, but we want to do it, or Mayor, we want to do it right. We want to enter this partnership right with everybody at the table. Nobody left behind. That's the reason it hasn't came to fruition, because everybody's been left behind. Let's bring everybody to the table, including the Alachua County Affordable Housing. Let's bring them to the table. Let's see what they can do. Let's see if it could be a partnership or if it couldn't. And also, one last thing, I think it's important that we look at who they're working with now so we'll know in the future. That's very important.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Appreciate that. Adam, over to you.
Mr. Mayor, we now have Armando Grundy Gomez. Mr. Gomez, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. So, Mr. Mayor, after one of the commissioners gave an impassioned speech, Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker's impassioned speech and statement, and along with your city administrator, Ms. Curry, I guess what I'm not hearing from the commissioner, Mr. Mayor, is I'm not hearing from her. We're having all these people, we're name dropping who's involved, who's doing what, who's doing work to provide these things called affordable housing. What I'm not hearing from her or from anyone on that board is the people that you have in place now, that are on the board or that are wanting to contribute to that. I heard affordable housing being done by Habitat for Humanity. Nobody's talking about the people that are in distressed housing now, that are some of the projects that have been done by Habitat for Humanity that are living in some less than habitable environments. And this is as of recently, as of 2021. People that have mold, people that have other problems, and there's no accountability when people are trying to get them fixed. But yet our city has these things called landlord and tenant laws, but we're doing business at the city. So I guess Mr. Mayor, my question to you would be, to your new interim city administrator, would be, why are we not looking at, if we're giving taxpayer dollars, which is my money and everybody else's money to contribute to that pot, but people are living in these conditions, but they keep coming back to us and asking us for more dollars and wanting to be partners. Are we being partners just to make people's situations worse and less inhabitable? Because that sounds like a recipe for disaster. So my question would be to somebody like Ms. Davis or to Malcolm Kiner is, what are they doing before they're saying, hey, we put pen to paper and this is who we want to do business with? Because at the end of the day, it's not your money, it's our money. And if we're trying to solve for a problem of putting people in a better place and having a position to have a roof over their head, but we're putting them in, whether it be black mold or less than habitable conditions where their air conditioner is not working or anything else, that's not okay. That's not okay. And I didn't hear that from any of you, to include Mr. Ward, any of you. So I get it. We're trying to solve it. We are passionate. It is the phrase of the month, affordable housing, and we all want to talk about it. But at the end of the day, nobody wants to hold about the other word, accountability. And so my thing is to Commissioner Duncan Walker and your new interim city administrator, Ms. Curry, is where's accountability? That's going to be a word that I want to hear from you all. Haven't heard it yet, but I'm waiting to hear from you all. Thank you.
Armando, our next speaker is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm not sure where to start. For one, the way this came about, I can go back, I think it was 2 years ago, a little bit more than that, when Ms. Davis presented the same request to the City Commission. And at the time, Harvey Ward and Gail Johnson raised a lot of questions about it, about excluding other entities, and especially at that time, there was a lot of concern about the way that Seminary Lane was demolished and ended up in the hands of what we see now going on, money, and that qualified as affordable housing, using without taking the millions of dollars to put affordable housing somewhere else besides in the high opportunity neighborhood that didn't want it and was assured it would never happen in. And I don't see any need for the city to enter a specific contract, and I frankly don't trust it, an MOU, because the city and GHA both have demolished hundreds of units of affordable housing. And some of the projects that GHA has going now, I share the concerns with Commissioner Hayes Santos about having 75 acres clear cut for 106 houses in an area that already has, as Mayor Poe has said before, an overabundance of affordable housing. That's 1.4 units per acre. And I don't know, there's just so many concerns about this whole thing. I especially don't trust the idea of dispersing of city properties through another agency that also has sold out to developers, whereas the city, as I'm living in a house right now that the city staff put together a great coalition of partners, including banks, to rehab 30 houses in our central neighborhood for low-income first-time home buyers. And there's no reason that the city shouldn't up its housing staff. I know you have people with no experience on the staff now, and not enough housing staff and resources dedicated to it, that I think you should step back from this, not do it. There's too many questions involved in it, and take a more holistic approach toward housing altogether, which is something that really hasn't happened in almost 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, our final speaker on this issue is Mr. Telford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, 3 minutes on housing.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners, mayor, city manager, city clerk. Yes. There was a speaker who mentioned something about times have changed, but be that it may, it doesn't look that way here in Gainesville, Florida. Once again, this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a lot of Democrat public plantation project, apartment housing, poverty pimping, lingo, talk, et cetera, et cetera. The warehousing of the of those who will be at the bottom of the socioeconomic and political totem pole is a well coordinated and orchestrated thing, as far as I'm concerned, and many would share the same share my same thoughts. There's a reason why the city has engaged, I think starting from, is it 1968 or to 1966, shortly after the Civil Rights Act, Civil Rights/Voting Rights Act was signed by the Dixiecrat, Lyndon B. Johnson or Lyndon Baines Johnson. But then we saw the expansion of Democrat public plantation project apartment housing. Say, for example, like the one off of Northeast 8th Avenue called Gardenia Apartments. And out of such places would arise many social ills, which the left would know about, begin with the rising of policing, the expansion of the prison industrial complex, thanks to, or no thanks to, Jim Crow Joe, who's in the White House now, with his handwritten federal 3 strikes tough on crime life, or federal 3 strikes life tough on crime bill, a $30 or $35 billion bill. Wow. After his Dixiecrat Bill Clanton, not Bill Clinton, but Bill Clanton signed it, he was president, 10 years afterwards, or within 10 years, 300 prisons will be built in the United States. And many of those prisons were housing, once again, those who would be at the bottom of the socio-economic and political totem pole stratosphere or population or populace here in the United States. I'm a skeptic when it comes to Democrat controls, quote unquote, housing, warehousing, or affordable housing, Section 8 housing, workforce housing.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
Subsidized housing.
All righty, Mr.
And
Cartwright. Thank you. We've got to move along. And our next speaker is Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I just want to thank Ms. Tana Silva for her comments, and I want to explain why. It's because she does her research, especially when it comes to housing issues. But every time she speaks, it's obvious that she does her research, she does her homework before she calls in. Now, Ms. Silva has been calling in for over 4 years, offering good advice to this commission. But the commission majority, also known as the term limited 4, I have never once heard them incorporate any of her good ideas. Now, for the public who may not know who I'm talking about, the term limited 4, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Harvey Ward, Commissioner David Ariola, and Commissioner Adrian Santos. So hopefully we'll get new commissioners that are truly citizen friendly, and will start incorporating the will of the citizens rather than their own private personal agenda. Thank you.
Ms. Martinez, Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So the motion is to ask the city manager to work with the Gainesville Housing Authority and the attorney to draft a MOU. That draft will come back to the commission for further discussion when it's ready for that. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Motion passes 4-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent and Sacco absent. All right, I'm going to call a recess. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock for early public comment and general public comment, and then take up our item we didn't get to in the afternoon. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we need a little more time to eat. I mean, staff has to eat too. I mean,
we only have one item on our agenda to get to.
That's a heavy.
We have advertised public comment at 1.
No, we also have the auditor's report too.
Right, we'll do it after public comment. Okay, we're going to be in recess till 1. Okay, good afternoon. Call this meeting back to order. First up, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and get to early and general public comment, and then we'll pick up the one item we didn't get to in the morning session.
Okay, our first item then would be early public comment.
Okay, thank you. And so, Adam, just again, if you're listening, you have people on the line. I'm going to take people in the chamber first, but first up, it'll be for early public comment, meeting items that are on our agenda later on. And once we hear from those folks, then we'll get to general public comment. Anybody in the chamber here for early public comment? Again, commenting on something that's on our agenda later today? Okay, Adam, looks like nobody in chambers for early public comment. How about you?
All right, I'm going to tap dance here for just a quick second and
Sure.
give people the phone number online. It's 1-800-742-1099. At this time, there's nobody for early public comment, only general.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, we'll go to general public comment, and if you'll call the first person up, please.
Okay, we have Mr. James Gardner.
Welcome, Mr. Gardner.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mayor, Chairs, Council. I came to talk to you today about an incident that I had back in 2020. I've sent everyone in here an email. So I'm hoping that you have at least reviewed that email because I know that it's been delivered to you. So please review that email, James Gardner. It's got to do with, I'm sure Mr. Areola is familiar with it. But I went before the Police Advisory Council and tried to get them involved in this. It was a nightmare for me to go through that. I felt like it was me against them instead of them listening. There was an overabundance of police officers there, and my complaint is about an internal audit that I had them do for me based on an arrest that they did. And so the first thing I want to say to you guys is that I'm not somebody that's, just making stuff up and doesn't like the police or anything like that. I've worked with the federal government for over 18 years, and I want you to tell you that I'm serious when I have to audit something. When I have to check something, I don't come up to you and talk to you about things that I'm making up or things that I feel. I talk about things that I can document. And so I have documents to support. Thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, thanks.
I have documents to support what my complaints are. So I expect to be heard, and I am not being heard. The Police Advisory Board, whatever you want to call them, there's several different names that they go by, but you have an ordinance for these guys. It's very plain. And I'm going to read you one part, intent and purpose, whose purpose is to study the city's police department, gather information, receive community input concerning public safety issues and law enforcement needs and concerns, make policy recommendations to the city regarding all aspects of the delivery of public safety services with the goal of maintaining a safe city that enjoys a strong, positive, trusting relationship between the community and the city police department. Well, I can tell you that my trust in the city police department is destroyed. I no longer trust the police department. In fact, I live in fear of the police department right now. I'm afraid to get pulled over. I'm a concealed carry permit holder, and I'm afraid I'm going to get shot because they know I have a weapon in the car. Oh, yeah, let's just go pick him off. He's got a weapon. We'll just say, yeah, he had a weapon. So I live in fear every day, every single day. Work plans. The council shall develop its goals and priorities each year and recommend such an annually.
Okay, Mr. Gardner, thank you. I'm afraid your time has expired. What I can tell you is that we will follow up and make sure that your due process is afforded you. I did see your email. I have not had a conversation with our city manager and police chief about it yet. There is a reason the commission does not intervene in individual situations. It's because it would be a political conflict of interest. We want to allow the process to play out, but you do have absolute due process rights. And so I will follow up with the manager and GPD to make sure that if those have not been afforded to you, they are. And if they are, we have a better understanding of your situation. Okay?
Okay, well, I've been given about, 6 minutes to speak through this whole thing, whether it was talking to them or talking to you guys.
Okay, well, we'll follow up now that we know more, and I appreciate you coming and bringing it to our attention here. Madam Clerk?
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Donald Shepard. I don't see him in the audience, so we'll go to Ms. Jody Tell. Forgive me if I mispronounced that name.
Welcome.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to Gainesville. I would like to talk to you quickly because I just tried to download the Passport parking app and I can't do it either on the Wi-Fi or on my own Verizon account. So that's what I'm here to talk to you about, but just know it's not as easy as they're saying it is. I would like to talk to you about the change in parking to park downtown for parking spots that used to be free for 2 hours. Having no free 2-hour parking will hurt the small and local businesses, especially places that have a quick in and out, such as coffee shops, ice cream places, and faster food establishments. But even restaurants will be affected. People will be less likely to eat or shop downtown. This plan also prioritizes serving people with higher disposable incomes. Not everyone has a smartphone. Not everyone, sorry about that, is tech savvy enough to use an app. I have friends who wouldn't know how to download an app if I asked them to. And not everybody has a credit or debit card. I am one voice, but there are others who have shared this opinion with me. I'm not asking you to stop everything, pull the signs down. I'm asking you if you would please revisit this in 6 months and look at it. Or if, at the very least, if businesses come to you and say, we are hurting, especially the small and local ones, please listen and please be willing to change something. And I still can't download this, so please listen if people contact you and say it is not working, because that's what I'm saying. My plan was to come here. At home, I wrote this up. I just found out today. Thank you for hearing me. And I can't get it downloaded, so now I'm sad. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I know I have some time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Reverend Ron Rawls.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Ron Rawls, pastor of Greater Bethel AME Church. I wanted to come and back in the spring, I came pretty often, and I shared with you my displeasure with the city manager that we had at that time. We didn't necessarily do anything, but I think God took care of it and made the move that the city needed. I learned that I guess maybe a week or two ago, there was an audit meeting that I watched online, and it kind of confirmed it went a lot deeper than the issues that I thought were going on, but I just sensed that something was just broken. And there was some holes in the ship that needed to be repaired, and so that brought some information out. But I've been hearing a little chatter, and a lot coming from people that I normally agree with. But that just shows that we're a monolith. We're not a monolith, and we think differently. They're still my people. I still will fight with them. But regarding the new city manager, I think he made a good choice. One thing that I know that, especially what we're dealing with right now in the city, when the ship has some major deficiencies, you don't need somebody that's going to come in and just nurse it until it sinks. You need somebody that's going to work to fix the issues. And I think she's doing, I don't know the players or the people that are involved in the recent reorganization and things, so they're probably wonderful people, probably great people. That's probably why many people that I know are so just kind of upset about the reorganization. But when it's time to fix something, sometimes you have to make tough decisions. And you have to do what it takes. If I was in that situation, I wouldn't think that you all put me there to nurse the ship until it sinks. I would think that you put me in that position to help get things right in our city. And I think she's doing a wonderful job. I used to hear a lot of complaints about the Collier development thing. I saw that was non-renewed. I checked out some things about the former city manager and where he's now employed. And I think that's a contract with that employer's in or something like that. That was not renewed. There are a lot of things. You're not going to get everything you like, but I think what we need to do is sit back and wait. Everybody that's upset, go ahead and complain, say whatever you need to say. But as a group of leaders, sit back And if she's getting the job done, evaluate in 6 months or 8 months or whatever, if she's getting the job done, that's really all that matters, because you'll never make everyone happy, but everybody has the right to have their opinion. God bless you, and I'm in full support of our new city manager.
Thank you, Reverend Ross.
Our next speaker is Ms. Faye Williams.
Okay. Welcome.
Good evening, Happy New Year. I stand on the shoulders of Ida B. Wells, you know. I stand on the shoulders of Shirley Chisholm. I stand on the shoulders of Barbara Jordan. And I want to say, I love you, Cynthia Curry. I love you, Desmond Walker. Excuse me, Desmond Duncan Walker. And there, Reverend Wall said it was a little chatter. Well, I've been here a big chatter, mostly about our city commissioners. I'm only going to focus on the city manager because a lot of people are confused about what you did, you know, what you did with firing 3 people. They may have the wrong information, and so that's why the chatter is happening. So I'm hoping that at some point, when you have time, maybe you can do a press conference or have a meeting and allow everybody to come in and ask their questions to take that pressure off of you so you can do what you were hired to do. Sometimes we follow the leaders, but sometimes we follow the wrong leaders on certain issues. Just like the Reverend said, we're not monolithic. I can agree with one person this time, and next time I may disagree with that person. But I still love my community, and I want to see the progress. The progress is coming through you, city manager. Not only should you be the city manager, I'm hoping and praying that you'll be able to run for the mayor, because you're the one who can bring us all together. The 2 people, I think there are 2 or 3 people who plan to run for mayor, but they're not on my list. So it's my prayer that at some point you'll be able to run for mayor. The other thing, too, is, you know, I know y'all had a meeting about the noise ordinance all down Main Street. It needs to change. 12:30 in the morning, we have to get up, our children have to get up because the noise is so loud on Main Street. And I'm not talking about the vehicles, I'm talking about the cement, I'm talking about Argos, I'm talking about I've been up here talking about it for at least 2.5 years. Nothing has happened. So it's my prayer that you at least pay a little bit of attention. And you know, I'm looking at you all because the rest of them don't matter to me. Nothing has happened from them. So I'm looking at you for a specific reason to pay attention to what's happening in all the black neighborhoods, because we all feeling the same way with the toxins and the pollution and it's an environmental issue. It's a public health issue, but no one is really paying attention to that. So please, please, please put it on your agenda and know that you do have total support. I've been calling people to make sure
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
that they understood what was happening. They agree.
Thank you very much.
City manager, welcome.
Appreciate it. We'll get I think Interim Chief Scott can give an update on the noise ordinance. I know that's coming back soon. We talked about it last night, so we can get you an update on that. Madam Clerk? That's it? Okay. Adam, over to you.
Several callers for public comment. May I ask that you review the rules on general public comment, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so this is to speak on anything that is not on our agenda.
Thank you. And the first speaker is Mr. Telford Cartwright, something that is not on today's agenda, Mr. Cartwright. You have 3 minutes.
Once again, good afternoon. Yes, once again, good afternoon, commissioners, mayor, city manager, city clerk. Now, there's a issue that strikes hard to me, at the very heart to me in regards to freedom of speech. And let me read something. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peacefully to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Now, Mr. Mayor, on one occasion, you asked the call taker or call screener to disconnect the phone call when I gave a public comment in regards to a issue that was factually related to the item which was being discussed on the agenda. And I have the right to free speech, Mayor, and I'm pretty much responsible with my right to free speech. And see, this is one indication of the left's egregious record, dating all the way back to the 1800s during Reconstruction. There was a list of codes referred to as the Black Codes. They were referred to as the Black Codes that limited such freedoms as the freedom of speech and right to assembly by newly freed or African Americans and dark-skinned people, the American Negro, and also referred to such people as the shadow people, whose needs and wants have been overlooked or unaddressed and et cetera, et cetera. And Mr. Mayor, facts, not opinions, shouldn't bother you, Mr. Mayor. And if they do, then I don't think you are the appropriate individual to hold a seat when it comes to public office. It was not a personal attack upon you, Mr. Mayor, but freedom of speech. Take, for example, I have family members who served in multiple wars.
Mr. Cartwright, that's our 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
All righty. Our next speaker, Debbie Martinez. Ms. Martinez, 3 minutes. Ms. Martinez, you out there?
I'm Debbie Martinez. Mr. What is that?
You're good, you're good, you're good.
Anyway, somebody interrupted me. But, Mayor, Commissioners, I am Debbie Martinez. Mr. Poe, the longer you sit there and keep restricting public participation and keep misrepresenting information to the public, and the longer the city's finances deteriorate, the less your excuses and calculated deceptions are being believed by people of this community. I suppose you and Commissioner Ward are happy and satisfied with your scheme to keep the city auditor's report off the regular agenda and away from public comment. For the public, you have tried to bamboozle once again. Let me read from the report that you and Mr. Ward kept off the regular agenda today. It reads, "We determined that general government internal controls over financial reporting are not designed adequately and operating effectively, which places the city at a high risk of presenting misstated and untimely financial reports."
And Ms. Martinez, just to remind
Written
you, this
procedures
general public
for
comments for items that are not on our agenda,
not
that report
defined
is and is
for
coming up next, if you want to wait
consistent
around
and
for that.
timely reporting.
All righty, so Mr. Mayor, we'll talk about this on that agenda item. Ms. Martinez, you're invited to call back again on that later. Let's move to Armando Gomez. Armando, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, what I wanted to talk about is I read the memo that was released by your new interim city administrator regarding organizational changes and questions and solutions. And the question that I have, like most, and I hear people saying, we support, it's not a question of supporting. It's not even a question of the city charter. The city administrator has the right to reorganize how they see fit of their executive leadership team. The question becomes is, after being in the position 45 days, can you help me understand the rationale of eliminating 3 assistant city manager positions prime example is you had Miss Bowie with young children, a special needs child that all of you up there knew had a special needs child that was in a car accident. And are we mindful of that? And leadership is not just about being cold and calculating, and it's certainly not saying today is your last day, any questions. That's cold. Cold is I don't know what. It's not about saying to Andrea Gaha, who moved her family from Miami, who's dealing a caretaker for somebody who has dementia, and saying to them, today is your last day, any questions? It's not saying to Fred Murray, who is very short and close to retirement, hey, you know, you're close to 70 years old, much like your assistant city manager, your interim city manager, who are both in the same age, who purchased a new home and say, hey, today's your last day. Is that what we're doing now? We're lacking that kind of humanity? And it's certainly not from one of your colleagues, Mr. Mayor, up there saying to the president of the NAACP, we're eliminating one of the assistant city managers because she was responsible for her predecessor for all the problems. Mr. Feldman, Ms. Bowie had nothing to do with Mr. Feldman's problems. And for anybody on that dais to say that is irresponsible. And I absolutely believe Evelyn Fox. Absolutely. And that commissioner knows who they are. The deal is we can say what we want to, but you all want to justify and say we're going to pay them 90 days, a special needs child, and a lot of you up there say, oh, we care about them. Oh, we care about how they're doing. Your rhetoric is not matching your actions because it's cold as I don't know what. And if Ms. Curry would have simply said, hey, you know what? We're going in a different direction. This isn't personal. You can't say it's not personal. When you said today is your last day, any questions? That's personal. What wouldn't make it personal? Say we're going in a different direction come July 1 till the end of the school year. We're in a COVID environment with children, people that have special needs. That's not okay. Some of you had small children. Some of you are moms and dads. Think about it, that was you, but some of you just don't care. So the people that were coming up for public comment and saying they support, yeah, you support it, but these same people that were assistant city managers, some of them that were even dealing with porters, yeah, it's an interesting tune. So if we're standing on the backs of Ida B. Wells and all these people we want to quote, miss me with that mess. Miss me with that nonsense.
Thank you, Mr. Grundy.
So it was personal.
So I will give the city manager an opportunity to share her thoughts on her administrative changes she made, as well as I'm going to ask either the city auditor or city attorney to share the role and limitations on commissioner involvement with administrative or managerial decisions. I think that's important to understand as well. Adam, go ahead with the next speaker.
Thank you. Beverly Craig. Ms. Craig, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Beverly Craig, and I'm going to talk about former city managers Paul White, Russ Blackburn, Anthony Lyons, and Lee Feldman, and Wayne Bowers. Mr. Bowers, if I'm wrong, I want y'all to correct me, was the only city manager that was hired that retired. Paul White, Russ Blackburn, Anthony Lyons, and Lee Feldman was forced to resign. The mayor and the city commissioners hired the city managers. If y'all not doing y'all job to hire them, then y'all just need to delete the position and y'all run the city. It's not about what citizens say because they have personal differences. I've heard people say that these city managers are racist. I'm Afro-American. I never had a problem with either one of the city managers. They have a right to do just like the president of the United States. When the president Biden was elected, he didn't keep Trump's administration on. Ms. Curry has a right to do what she's paid to do. It's not about our personalities because city commissioners don't get along with her. You all shouldn't even have meetings where people come in and make decisions about people that you all hired. You are the top personnel in the city. So why y'all spending money to hire city managers later on because the citizens or some of the commissioners don't get along with them? That's money going down the drain. You have to give that money to citizens like me. I need only $2,000. Spending $200,000 for it to go down the drain, it shouldn't be about that. If you pay somebody to do a job, allow them to do the job. But what have I seen in the past? It's a catch-22 situation. If they do their job, they're going to be damned. If they don't do their job, they're going to be damned. So all this public comment about what y'all make a decision to do, we vote you all in. We don't vote a city manager in. It's sad to the citizens that y'all not making the right decisions. This needs to be stopped. The city needs to come together. We need to unify. It's not about our personal difference. And let Ms. Curry do her job. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. Our next speaker, excuse me, is Tana Silva. Ms. Silva, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. I actually didn't catch the changes to the agenda, so I don't know if Colliers is still ahead. But anyway, this is a general comment about the Colliers International, the reconciliation of the contract that Eric Redfeld talked about at your audit meeting, and that there were 30 days to finish reconciling the contract. And so I want to know if the city commission will have any further opportunities to look at the reconciliation agreement. We know from the audit that, and from what Mr. Bredfeld said, that Colliers did not comply with fulfilling the contract and that it didn't present any report. I don't know if it ever did an inventory that it was hired to do. But overall, if the city commission could ask for a full accounting of all that the city has spent and committed to pay to Colliers for whatever the contract said. The audit was about the real estate management, which it also failed to comply with the terms of the contract. And so there were other projects that Colliers is working on. As we know, the power district, which the representative said that there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that has to take place to take the city properties to market and so forth, and other kind of unnerving remarks. And so I would like to see and ask if the city commission would go for a full accounting of what all the Colliers contract entails, including even giving it any city incentives to move from 43rd Street to the Innovation District, and especially the $150 an hour that was in the contract. And frankly, personally, I hope the Lot 10 contract doesn't go through. And in that case, Mr. Bredfeld said Colliers would not get paid a commission for that. So, and further, just to ask for accountability in all the contracts and take more interest in the audits as they come up. Thank you.
Silva? All righty, that was our last. Oh, and we have one more speaker. I am so sorry. Mr. Nathan Scott. Welcome, Nathan. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So I wanted to speak regarding free speech and the actions of the commission. Yesterday, Mayor Poe was another example. They had an audit and finance committee. I attended Commissioner Ward at the whispering urging of Commissioner Sacco. Rudely interrupted me while I was speaking. The interruption took away from my 3 minutes of allowed time to speak on an important agenda item issue. It was extremely rude to interrupt me while I was speaking in an attempt to legally regulate the content of my speech and cut me off exactly at 3 minutes when he consumed at least 20 seconds of my time interjecting with his illegal conduct. My comments were related to why a consultant was being hired on the general government city finance department to do something very rudimentary that GRU does in-house. And merely asking a question as to why staff are not capable was clearly a fair question for taxpayers to ask. My comments were clearly appropriate and well within the realm of free speech, yet I had the content of my speech moderated and I was rudely interrupted, legally interrupted, at the urging of Commissioner Sacco, who whispered to Commissioner Ward. And Mayor Poe, you've done this occasionally. It needs to stop. Again, the issues here are you may not like what people are saying, but we're your constituents, we're taxpayers, and we have every right to speak. And you know, your misinterpretation of your rules, you know, your rules may on face allegedly be legal, but as applied, they're illegal. You can't use ad hominems or your definition or whatever you perceive ad hominem to be. You could say snowflake and you would perceive it as a homonym, ad hominem. You can't use that to trump the constitutional right of free speech as supported by federal case law. This action needs to stop with all due respect, or the city is going to find itself named defending a lawsuit, and we'll get appropriate relief that will enjoin the commission, you, Commissioner Ward, Commissioner Sacco, and the others, commission as a whole, from infringing upon people's free speech rights to address their elected officials, as well as prohibit you from regulating the content of their speech. And I mean, it's unfortunate it comes to this, but you know, the Finance Committee yesterday voted 3-2 in the midst of COVID, where people are afraid to come down to City Hall, not to take public comment over the phone. And that just is prima facie evidence that you guys want to continue to suppress public participation and comment. And it's just unfortunate
Mr.
the
Scott,
commission
that's 3
decides
minutes.
to hide in a bunker instead of
Thank you,
doing the
Mr.
right
Scott.
thing. Thank you.
All righty. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller.
Okay, thank you all for sharing your thoughts with us on a variety of topics that weren't on our agenda. Ms. Curry, if I'd love to afford you the opportunity to respond if you would like. That I'm not asking you to. It's completely up to you if you would like to respond to any of the comments about your administrative actions and organizational decisions you made. I also I would like either the auditor or attorney to clarify. I think that many members of our community believe that the commissioners have either collective or individual managerial or administrative authority that we do not. The council manager system of government establishes a clear firewall between the elected policymakers and the administrative leaders of the organization. And not only is it established that way for good and historical reasons, but there are criminal penalties for us if we violate that. It's a second-degree misdemeanor. And so I know that all of our elected officials around the state in this system of government take it very seriously that we do not intervene in administrative or management decisions, not only because that's the right thing to do and it's the way our government is structured, but also we face criminal prosecution if we do so. So Mr. Nee, if you wouldn't mind commenting on just that aspect. And then Ms. Curry, again, if it's your desire, you're welcome to share your thoughts or not.
Yeah, I'm very happy to, Mr. Mayor. And obviously, I'm confident that each and every member of our commission is fully aware of the charter that our city is governed under. The charter, for those who aren't familiar with it, is the governing document, sort of the constitution of our city. And in specific point to what you're speaking of, provision 2.10 of our charter states in part, it's entitled Interference with Charter Officers, that neither the commission nor any commissioner, including the mayor, may dictate the appointment of any person to office or employment by the charter officers, nor in any manner interfere with the independence of charter officers in the performance of their duties. To do so would incur the penalties that you mentioned. Additionally, as to the various charter officers, as to the city manager, Charter Provision 3.02 specifically addresses, again in part, that the city manager shall be the administrative head of the municipal government and delineates generally the powers and duties of the general manager, including the third one listed, the city manager shall appoint and, except as otherwise provided in this act, may remove any director of a department at will. And obviously, as the administrative head of the municipal government, the city manager has many other powers as well. And in conducting that authority and exercising those powers, as I stated, the commission is prohibited from interfering with them, specifically as to the employment and removing of subordinate employees.
Okay.
And that's all laid out explicitly in the charter. I can read all of it, but it's a very brief document that I think is quite informative to everyone who wishes to be involved and informed about the form of our local government.
Sure, and I'll just say that, thank you for that, Mr. Nee. Throughout my tenure, both as a district commissioner, an at-large commissioner, and a mayor, folks think that I, and I'm sure all of you have experienced this too, have some sort of individualized authority, and we don't. We only function as a body. We only function when the majority of this body gives direction. And, as much as there are times I would like to direct staff to go fix a street light or a pothole, or answer a noise complaint, that's just not the way that we're set up. And so, there's no perfect, go back to Winston Churchill, he said, democracy is the worst form of government ever created, except for all the rest. And it's sort of like the council manager. It's not perfect, but it very much establishes that firewall that keeps important administrative and professional decisions from being politicized, and certainly prevents the opportunity for corruption that you see in governments that don't have that sort of firewall established. So there are other forms. There's strong mayor forms where the mayor is the administrative head and can make a lot of those decisions, but that's not the form that we have. Ms. Curry, did you want to share anything?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a statement. On November 15, 2021, I was named as the interim city manager here in Gainesville, Florida. Though the title is interim, the expectation of my governing body, and certainly me, is that I embrace the responsibilities entrusted to me and serve in a manner that both supports and advances the organizational mission, vision, and values. So for the interim, I am the city manager and will act accordingly. My appointment here may have officially begun on November 15th, but the assessment of each public-facing aspect of this organization commenced when I moved to Gainesville almost 2 years ago. I evaluated whether my knowledge, skills, and abilities were aligned with those needed to move Gainesville forward. I never imagined that I would actually end up in this position. The city of Gainesville deserves the right resources in the right places at the right time. And as I evaluate the resources available to the city, to include personnel, the dynamic of change is expected. I can tell you that I never make a change for the sake of making change, nor is it ever personal. Any change should be made, and it should be made in the best interest of the city. I'm intentional about my job performance, and I am intentional about building a team that positions the city of Gainesville to do the very best that it can and be the best that it can. Difficult decisions are part of that process. Recently, the process included the difficult decision that I made to restructure the executive management layer of city government, of the city manager's office. It was not an easy decision by any means. I struggled with it for several weeks. I do wish those individuals affected the very best in their future endeavors. It is time now to focus and engage on a full and challenging schedule of work ahead. I see on the horizon a beautiful view of this city, and in the end, I see talent that will rise to the top. We will exceed expectations, and our neighbors will be better served. That is my pledge to you. To anyone that seeks to employ a narrative of discrimination, I will simply say that short of creating your own alternative facts, you are undoubtedly misinformed. Know that without a doubt that I, Cynthia Curry, will continue to be committed to ensuring the fair and equitable treatment of all in and beyond the workplace. Gainesville is my home. My grandfather, my father, My aunties all planted legacy seeds here in Gainesville dating back to 1929. For the time that I'm privileged to serve the city of Gainesville, I will serve it with pride, recognizing the sacrifices of those that came before me. And I will lead as I am absolutely committed to lead this one city and the team of community builders that I have been honored to be a part of. I end with this quote by Colin Powell. Good leadership involves responsibility to the welfare of the group, which means that some people will get angry at your actions and decisions. It is inevitable if you're honorable. Trying to get everyone to like you is a sign of mediocrity. You'll avoid the tough decisions, you'll avoid confronting the people who need to be confronted, and you'll avoid offering differential rewards based on differential performance, because some people might get upset. Ironically, by procrastinating on the difficult choices, by trying not to get anyone mad, and by treating everyone equally nicely regardless of their contributions, you'll simply ensure that the only people you'll wind up angering are the most creative, productive people in the organization. Colin Powell. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Curry, appreciate that. I did want to, as well, I see Chief Scott stepped out, but Chief Jones, could you comment? I know we spoke a little bit last night about the noise ordinance, and you've been submitting public feedback on that, and it's very close to coming back to us. Do you have a quick update on that?
Yes, sir. I think we're going to try to bring this back to you in February. What we did was, again, working with the neighbors throughout Gainesville, we created like a draft ordinance with the city attorney's office, and we were asking for comments, public comments from the various neighborhoods. And they have put some edits in it. We're going to bring it back, and then we're going to bring it to you, this body, for you all to consider.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we all do take that very seriously, including industrial pollution.
Yes.
Including noise pollution. It's not just about people playing their stereos in their cars
right.
too loud after a certain time. And, you know, we've got to have mechanisms to address that and hold them accountable. So, yeah, well, you know, hopefully within the month, really, within
a month, we're going to bring you a draft.
Yeah, right.
And then you all take it from there.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. And if any folks want to submit feedback on that, you can email any of your commissioners and we'll forward it, or you can email it to the new Chief Operating Officer. That's what I said. I'd never be able to not call him Chief Jones, and I was reminded that COO has a chief in it still, so I won't miss a beat. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you send that draft to the commission? I haven't seen the current kind of draft that is. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, might as well copy all the commissioners on that. Okay, thank you very much, all. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready for the item that we didn't get to this morning.
Absolutely. That's BD3 on page 12, Auditor General's report, with a recommendation that the commission discuss and accept the Auditor General's report.
Okay, thank you. We'll invite Ms. Bigby up. I will tell you, because I took part in the exit conferences, plural, with the Auditor General. A lot of great questions were asked. There was actually quite a bit of back and forth between the interim, or I'd say the preliminary draft, and what finally got adopted. And I think that we're all happy to be at this point where we have the final report, and now it's about moving forward. We also discussed this at length at the Audit Committee. We had, and just so you all know, we had our first meeting of the new Audit Committee with our independent expert, Mr. Monk, who was there, and he asked some great questions and added a lot of value. And I wanted just to make sure this was on our regular agenda. If any of you had any further questions, I think that you've all been sort of dealing with this for a while now and probably gotten your questions answered, but wanted to make sure that opportunity was there. So, Ms. Bigby, if you can kind of give us the highlights, and then I think that in a conversation we had, one thing that was kind of missing from the Auditor General's presentation at Audit Committee is the recommendations and what they expect to see over the next 18 months. But I think that we have certainly thought about that, and if you can just speak a little bit to what we can expect to be doing from a sort of corrective management point of view in sort of response to this final report.
Sure, thank you. Mayor, Commissioners, I can give an overview of the Auditor General's report as best I can, and then you can let me know if you have some more specific questions. I'd be happy to go into more detail. So the Auditor General published this report on January 10th, and we presented it to Audit Committee on January 11th. They have 18 findings that are divided into a few sections. So on the report on page 1 is a summary of the findings. It's in sections labeled financial condition and payments for general government services. There are 3 findings there. You will find in the management action plans whether the finding pertains to general government, the utility, or both. If the Auditor General preferred that if it did not pertain to one form of government, that they were supposed to say that this does not pertain to us. The Auditor General preferred that they didn't put in additional comments, so that was the Auditor General's preference. It's not because management did not want to respond. So on the first 3 findings, finding 1 is GRU, finding 2 is general government and the utility, finding 3 is general government. Did you want me to actually read the findings in the action plans or just kind of give an overview of the sections?
Let's go ahead and do that just in case
Okay.
folks are listening but don't have it in front of them.
Sure. Okay, so finding 1 is GRU debt levels are significantly higher than comparable municipal utilities. Then if you turn back to page 46, you'll find the management action plan that explains the GRU debt levels and what's being done to address those. Finding number 2, the city had not established a reasonable and consistent methodology for determining the amount of the annual transfer from the GRU to the city's general fund, considering the GRU's long-term ability to pay. If you turn to page 45, 46, you'll see where we address how we've been handling the GFT, the general fund transfer, and what our plan is through 2027. After 2027, then we will have to come up with a formula or determine how we're going to handle the GFT. Finding number 3, the city indirect cost allocation, this is general government finance, procedures did not provide for an independent review of the indirect cost worksheet or a reconciliation of recovered indirect cost to actual indirect cost after the completion of each fiscal year. As a result, the city overcharged indirect costs to the utility. That is a general government action plan, and that begins on page 49. The action plan explains some background of the indirect cost allocation, the plan to improve that process, and it includes an annual attestation from my department, an independent review of the cost allocation. Then we have findings 4 through 8. And I wanted to add that the period under review for the Auditor General was the year 2019, plus or take a couple of months. So remediation attempts that management made and improvements that we made in 2020 and 2021 are reflected in the action plans, but not in the actual finding. So the Reichert House Youth Academy, finding 4, the city did not effectively oversee or control Reichert House Youth Academy program operations, and that response from management begins on page 50, and it talks about improvements that we've made and what additional things we'll be doing to manage the Reichert House program. Finding 5, the city did not of record assess that it was economically or otherwise advantageous for the city to use the nonprofit entity Reichert House Inc. to support Reichert House Youth Academy program operations, and the use of this entity resulted in less accountability and transparency of the Reichert House Youth Academy program operations. Finding 5, action plan begins on page 50, and the city is no longer using Reichert House Inc. Finding 6, the city did not effectively oversee Reichert House Inc. operations. Again, the action begins on page 51, and we no longer use Reichert House Inc. I believe that business was closed. Finding 8, City records did not demonstrate authorization for or the necessity of using the services of certain nonprofits organizations in lieu of the services of city personnel for soliciting, receiving, and dispersing grantor and donor funds of the Reichert House Youth Academy program, resulting in diminished transparency and accountability for those resources. My office actually worked with Reichert House staff during 2020 and 2021 to remediate several issues, and it involved organizations and conflicts of interest. All of that has been resolved. But part of our resolution working with the state attorney was to use a nonprofit entity, which is Community Foundation. That was an important part of the solution for accepting donations and grants for the city, and then they in turn make a donation to the city, which goes through the finance department and is allocated to the budget for the police department earmarked for the Reichert House Youth Academy. Then the next set of findings is administration and management, findings 9 through 12 that all apply to general government. Finding 9 discusses the lack of personnel's knowledge and capability for compiling financial statements that comply with generally accepted accounting principles for the 2017 to 18 fiscal year and the 2018 to 19 fiscal year, which resulted in additional costs for assistance in preparing the city's financial statements and audit findings considered by the auditor to be significant deficiencies and material weaknesses in the city's internal controls over financial reporting. Part of that action plan, which begins on page 54, includes information that we brought to you from our audit report. So the mayor had asked that we help you to understand that the general government internal control over financial reporting audit also looked at those same controls, and we have a detailed report that we presented to audit committee on January 11th. And it focuses mostly on the internal control environment for producing financial reports on the general government side, and specifically about balancing and reconciling key balance sheet accounts. And I won't go into more detail on that right now. Finding 10 talks about the level of budgetary control. The Auditor General states that the city records, including city-approved resolutions adopting budgets for 2018-19 and 2019-20 fiscal years, did not include language specifying the legal level of budgetary control. That finding is addressed by General Government Management on page 55. That includes an updated budget administration policy, which the team implemented in 2021. Finding number 11, monitoring and transparency of the city's golf course operations could be improved. Finding number 11 is addressed on page 55. Part of the resolution is that finance will bring budget to actual reports to the finance committee, which is now meeting monthly. They had their first meeting this week. Okay, finding 12, the city could improve accountability and transparency over redevelopment activities carried out pursuant to an interlocal agreement with Alachua County. Finding 12 is on page 56. So they address the interlocal agreement with the county. And also, we have a GCRA audit in progress right now. We're in the planning phase. So we'll be looking in detail at their compliance with ordinance, county expectations, transparency and reporting, and project management. Then the next group of findings, 2 findings under payroll and personnel administration. They both belong to general government. Finding 13, city policies and procedures for obtaining and documenting background checks of applicants seeking employment need enhancement. And that finding 13 starts on page 57 for the action plan. So management has some things that they explain that they'll work on, including screening and improving their policy. Finding 14, contrary to city policy, the city did not always conduct annual employee performance evaluations, and when evaluations were conducted, did not always promptly communicate the results of the evaluations to the employees. And finding 14 is addressed in the Management Action Plan, starting on page 58. And with the implementation of the new ERP system on the general government side, the process included a revamp of the performance review process. So they are already in process of remediating that finding. The last group of findings are findings 15 through 18. Expenditures, use of public resources, purchasing cards, and travel. Finding 15 belongs to the utility. The utility did not periodically use a competitive process to select certain professionals who assisted in the bond issuance process. Finding 15 begins on page 58. And they explained the municipal advisor and the bond counsel, what they were paid and what their roles are. Finding 16, controls over city-assigned purchasing cards need improvement to ensure that P-card assignments and credit limits are periodically evaluated and appropriately adjusted. That belongs both to general government and the utility finance groups. And they address their findings on page 60. Finding 17, the city needs to enhance efforts to ensure that P-cards are promptly canceled upon a cardholder's separation from city employment. Finding 17 is addressed on page 61. Part of that, by the way, for finding 17, we're looking for increased opportunities to enhance technology so that we can have improve all of our process when we offboard folks. Finding 18, the GRU needs to enhance travel policies and procedures to require employees to sign their travel vouchers, reduce meal allowances paid to the traveler for meals included in conference registration fees, document the necessity of multiple individuals attending the same conference, and require that travel arrangements be made sufficiently far in advance to minimize travel costs. Finding 18, the utility addresses on page 16, and they have already updated their policy and procedures accordingly. So we have management action plans at the back of the report that should help folks navigate the report. The Auditor General will return in about 18 months, and they may come later or sooner than that. They are the ones that decide whether the issues have been appropriately remediated or not. But internal audit will present an update quarterly, just a high-level update from management on where they stand with their action plans. So we'll keep you informed of their progress along the way and let you know if we see any problems. And I think the City Auditor Quarterly Update is where those updates will be. The audit period from the Auditor General was 2019, and I think that covers everything I was going to mention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Bigby. And yeah, so what I've asked Ms. Bigby to do is just, if you all look at the quarterly reports for our internal audit and sort of the progress and when things close out and if anything's past due, I've asked her to just do the same thing with this. And that way we'll just kind of get a running look at, you know, what we've crossed off the list and what we still have to work on. A lot of these things either have been addressed or will be addressed and sort of closed out pretty soon. They were already things on our radar. Then a few of them are heavier lifts and will take a little bit more time. But I thank you for that, and I really just want to very publicly thank you, Ms. Bigby, and your entire team, and really the entire organization. This was a 1.5 year long process. There was lots of follow-up, a tremendous amount of documentation that was requested, lots and lots of phone conversations. I mean, it was a deep, deep dive. And my impression, I certainly didn't hear differently at all from anybody from the Auditor General's office, is they were, quite pleased with our participation. I mean, there were times when it was difficult to find a document or record didn't exist that they thought maybe should or they wanted to. But for the most part, it went very smoothly, and as thorough as they were, we were able to respond in kind and get them everything they needed to make their final determination. So I always, when folks talk about audit is always about improvement and learning where you can do better. And that's exactly, how we'll take this is we're going to improve as an organization after implementing these things. And we'll look forward to them coming back in about a year and a half and hopefully being very pleased with the progress we made.
Mayor, Commissioners, may I take a moment just to thank management as well? The Auditor General staff told me that, this was one of the better organizations that they audited because of how cooperative management was. And I had to collaborate with management on the management action plans, which came from management. They were just very collaborative, and they did it in a very short period of time. So I appreciate all of their hard work. It's not fun sometimes being audited, and they did great.
No one has that on their Christmas wish list. Absolutely. All right, thank you. Ms. Bigby, stick around. We do have one commissioner at least. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Auditor and Madam Manager and Mr. Blarski somewhere out in the ether, and everyone who was involved in this. And it's a lot of people. There were, throughout our city organization, a lot of people. Tremendous resources went toward answering this audit. And I will go as far as to say thank you to the people who asked for the audit in the first place. An audit is a management tool. A properly developed and executed audit is something that gives the people being audited something to work with. It points out deficiencies in the organization, and I would posit that any city of 141,000 people with 2,400 employees has deficiencies in what it does. There were some folks early on who, and going back to November of 2019 when we were first advised of this, whose advice was, fight this thing, fight hard. Well, no, you don't fight an audit from the legislature. You say, show us what we can do better. And I choose to take this as an opportunity to do better. As the mayor pointed out, and as you pointed out through your narrative, we have already done better on a variety of these things. Many of them, there is more opportunity to do better. I want anybody listening and paying attention to know that I am dedicated to making sure we have the resources, the right people, moving forward to address every single thing in the audit. And to fix what is busted, and to make sure that we use this tool to its best, its optimal opportunity. Because regardless of the genesis of the audit, what we have now is a management tool, and we have an absolute responsibility, this commission does, to use that tool as well as possible and to make sure that at least on a quarterly basis, we have our finger on the pulse of how it's going, and to give our charter officers every possible tool to fix what is highlighted in this audit finding, and make sure that the people are in place, that if somebody looks at this, whether it's 18 months from now, or again 5 years from now, or 10 years from now, we have put processes and mechanisms in motion in this city so that there won't be any findings if this is to be done again. So thank you, everyone who was involved in the process, and the Auditor General's office. My understanding is that everyone who came down from Tallahassee to be a part of this was a pleasure to work with, and that it certainly is, while it was resource intensive, was something that will end up being useful to the city of Gainesville and the people who live here in the long run. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any desire to move the accepting the report?
I move acceptance of the report.
Second. Okay, motion second that we accept the Auditor General's final report. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody to speak to this issue?
Mr. Donald Shepard.
Okay, Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, Mayor Pohl. I want to thank you all for what you've achieved. Bringing this tool, as I said once before, is a thing that's been needed. I thank Mr. Harry Ward for elaborating and stating out items that are issues which they've worked for. I thank him for being such an ambassador and a commissioner to that. I vote that we move this forward, and I'll end my discussion with thank you very much. I'd like to also, Mayor Pohl, ask for a copy of what the young lady, if I'm able to, what she had in her report so that I can be educated as I've been following you throughout the years and other mayors, so that I'm the ambassador the city needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
That's the last
That was it?
item.
Okay, Adam?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Madam County Clerk. We have two speakers at this time. Debbie Martinez is the first. Ms. Martinez, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Mayor, Commissioners, I am Debbie Martinez. Mr. Poe, you have shown the public yet again how far you are willing to go to suppress public comment and deceive about information. You directed me to be cut off when I was talking about the city auditor's audit of the city's disastrous financial control situation, which is now going on for years in a row, as you know.
Yeah,
People know a lie when they hear
Adam,
one.
could you pause
I'm
Ms.
not
Martinez's
talking about
time
the
real quick? I just need
general
to talk to
audit.
her.
I sure can.
I don't want her
I
to
sure
lose
can.
any time.
Auditors.
Ms. Martinez, those were on the agenda. All three of those are on the agenda. And so that's why if you wanted to talk to the items on consent, it would have been appropriate at the beginning of the meeting. If it was to this item, it would have been right now. But general public comment are for items that are not on our agenda. I just want to make that very clear. And we'll go ahead and once Ms. Martinez continues with her comments, Adam, we can start the clock again.
Okay, I'm going to give her about 2.5 more minutes if that's okay.
Yep,
Ms. Martinez, you're back on the line.
Government controls over financial reporting are not designed adequately and operating effectively, which places the city at a high risk in presenting misstated and untimely financial reports. Written procedures were inadequate and do not provide for the consistent and timely reporting of financial activity. Key balance sheet account reconciliation are incomplete and are not being prepared and reviewed in a timely manner.
All righty, Ms. Martinez, anything else to add? You still have a little bit more time. I think we may have lost her. All righty, our next speaker is Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Nathan Scott. So the state audit report validates the concerns brought forth by well-informed citizens that the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission have negligently ignored for nearly a decade. Specifically, that GRU has been crippled with debt, the general fund transfer is excessive, that significant management deficiencies, material weaknesses exist within the city's general government finance department. City auditor provided an excellent independent executive summary. If you look at that executive summary, it says what we found, quote, as a result of our review, we determined that general government internal controls over financial reporting are not designed adequately and or operating effectively, which places the city at a high risk of presenting misstated and untimely financial reports. Written procedures were inadequate and do not provide for the consistent and timely reporting of financial activity. Key balance sheet account reconciliations are incomplete and are not being prepared in a manner. And Mayor Poe, with all due respect and the way you audit and your comments saying you're aware of all this, and it sounds great, but I find your comments to be extremely disingenuous. Seems like a lot of excuse making and not accepting responsibility for leadership and governance. I want to note for the record that management oversight is a key function of the mayor and Gainesville City Commission, but it's evident with all your virtue signaling and time spent elsewhere on everything other than core city government function that you failed taxpayers, you failed the city of Gainesville by not dedicating your time and ensuring appropriate management oversight function. It's not just a city general government finance department issue. It is a commission issue and a lack of management oversight, a dedicated lack, negligent lack of management oversight by the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. Again, the excuses seem like you're living in an animated state of disbelief and denial, but what it comes down to is lack of management oversight, which is a key function of the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission. So by all means, make all the excuses you want. Corrective action now is seemingly being taken, and I guess we'll know more on that. But the lesson learned here is lack of management oversight by the mayor and the Gainesville City Commission, because we've brought these problems to your attention for many years. And I know you'll twist my words and you say they won't be exact. Well, these are the concerns that the citizens brought forth that prompted the state, that were ignored by the city mayor and city commission for nearly a decade, and ultimately supported in the findings of the state audit report. So again, it comes down to lack of management oversight, because you spend all your time,
Mr. Scott, that's about it.
Absolutely nothing to do with core city government functions. Thank you.
All righty, Mr. Mayor, that was the last. Wait, we're still screening, actually. 2 more callers. If you can give me a couple more minutes.
Sure.
Thank you. We have one caller who has called back. I'm assuming we're not going to take that comment. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Not if they've already commented, no.
All righty. The other caller in the queue right now is Mr. Brian O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Mr. Poe, honorable commissioners, I appreciate the opportunity to comment today on this very important audit that was conducted by the state of Florida. The facts are available to the citizens on the report. You can look it up either on the state website or the city website. It goes into an awful lot of detail that's somewhat being glazed over, and I must say twisted by the usual character at the center of the dais there. Thankfully, he's term limited, and you people won't have to suffer his manipulation much longer. I would like to point out that the citizens of Gainesville, including the employees of GRU and the city of Gainesville, are some of the folks that are the most at risk at this point. The Auditor General has conducted their research, and yesterday, the financial officer of GRU reported that the general government, Mr. Poe and his group up there, have failed to balance the checkbook of the pension fund. Quite obvious at this point that there are funds missing, and that the people that are the most injured by this are the people that are working the hardest. Hardworking employees of GRU and the city. I would encourage you to stay involved and check the numbers, because what's going to come shortly is that they have not balanced the checkbook in 4 years, and that is because there are massive losses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you, Adam. We have a motion on the floor to accept the report. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Let me go back to my agenda. Yeah, okay, Madam Clerk, I guess all we have left is commission comment. Okay, any commission comment? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have several things that I'd like to bring up. Primarily items that I'd like to see added to future agendas. First, I would like to ask for ask that the manager's office and the planning office bring us a report on how the implementation of the renters' rights ordinance is going. We hear things in the community, positive and negative, and I would just like an update on how that is proceeding, and I don't have a specific date for that. I know that everybody is understaffed, and I would like to give them time to prepare, but I would like to see that placed on an agenda. I would also like us to have a discussion about parking, preferably at the next meeting. I have heard lots of unintended consequences regarding the implementation. Again, not the intent of the parking changes, but the implementation of the parking changes, and I would like us to have a discussion about that at the February 3rd meeting, if possible. I would also like us to, at that meeting, have a discussion about the state of the GRU natural gas subsidies program. I thought we made a fairly clear recommendation on that at a joint meeting of the commission and the UAB, but it doesn't sound like anything has moved forward, so I would like us to agenda that. And probably the biggest thing, I would like us on the February 3rd agenda, if at all possible, then to have a discussion about how we would like to proceed with the interim status of the Director of Equity and Inclusion and the City Attorney. I will tell you all right now, I'm very comfortable with the jobs that are being done. But if we want to have a deeper, if we want to do national searches, then we need to have a discussion about that, or have a discussion about just taking the interim titles off. But we should agenda that and everybody give it some thought before we jump into that. And if we're not comfortable doing it that quickly, then we ought to pick a time when we're going to, because Mr. Falsten's been in the job since September at this point. Mr. Nee since November. And I think we owe our neighbors, our staff, and those two folks in particular some kind of schedule going forward. So I'd like to agenda that for February 3rd if possible. Thank you.
Okay, without objection, I will work with staff on those things. I will tell you for the interims, I'm just going to agenda that as a discussion on the interim status of our charter officers. We can certainly ask for staff updates on those other three items, just I think an overview or update of how they're going and where we are. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to add an item to a future commission agenda to discuss economic development strategies and policies. Some of this is part and parcel to the original discussion about unsolicited economic development and how we handle that. But I want it to be a larger discussion about our overall city strategy for economic development in the area, and put together some ideas on how we can solidify those policies.
Okay, have you referred that to policy yet?
I've spoken with the management about it. I don't have necessarily specific policy recommendations for it. It's sort of just an area that the city has sort of dealt with without policy.
Right, which is what I don't know where our placards are. I always put them aside, they're not out. But I think it's I agree, I'd love to have that discussion. I think it's important, but I think we also need to put it through our regular process. Because I think Morgan could look at bringing us back some suggestions on what's effective, what's not, what's out there that we can capitalize on, whether it's, what opportunity zones or what, there's a plethora. So I think that's the, let me put it this way. That's the process that we as a commission have agreed to move big sort of policy discussion items like that forward. And I will be excited when we get to have that bigger discussion once we have some sort of context for it from Morgan's office.
Okay.
So if you want to refer that to her now, I think the clerk can
Yeah,
get that working.
I can refer that to the policy staff. That's fine. I guess we just have to be cognizant of our sort of timetables to get that finished.
Agreed, yeah, agreed. Okay, very good. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. On the Commissioner Ward's request to have the rental housing program come back, I would also like if there are any recommended changes to the, that you all, any recommended changes in how we're implementing the program. Thank you.
So update, and then, if something's not working, let us know so we can fix it. Okay, yeah, we'll get those agended. All right. Nobody else? We will be in recess until 5:30. Okay, good evening. We're going to call this meeting back to order. If you would all please stand if you're willing and able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Madam Clerk, our first proclamation, please.
Okay, our first proclamation is Paul P. Davis Day, January 20th, 2022.
All right, Mr. Davis, you with us tonight? Come on up. If y'all want to join him, please do. Please do. Yeah, we'd love to have his coworkers up. Good evening. How are you? Absolutely. Absolutely. I bet you're good. You're retiring. Yeah. All right. Whereas Paul B. Davis began his employment with the City of Gainesville on June 23rd, 1986. And whereas upon his retirement on December 31st, 2021, Paul will have faithfully served the city for over 35 years as a wastewater treatment plant operator and for the last 21 years as the water wastewater engineer. And whereas Paul has utilized his engineering and wastewater treatment background as well as his knowledge of water and wastewater systems to protect public health and safety and to maintain environmental compliance for the City of Gainesville and our neighbors. And whereas Paul has worked diligently to improve wastewater systems, processes, and procedures to better serve our customers, protect the environment, keep our employees safe, and maintain environmental compliance. And whereas Paul is known as a man with a can-do attitude because of his willingness to take on challenges and produce a positive result for our customers. And whereas Paul has consistently demonstrated service to others, a good sense of humor, and a positive attitude. And whereas his attention to detail and focus on honesty, reliability, thoughtfulness, and dedication will be sorely missed by all. Now, therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim January 20th, 2022 as Paul B. Davis Day in the City of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in wishing him health and happiness in the coming years. In witness whereof I have hereto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the City of Gainesville, Florida, this 28th day of December, 2021. Paul, congratulations. Would you like to say a few words? Now you're legit free. Thank you so much, Paul. We appreciate you being with us tonight. Thank you for all your service. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, our next item is Zero Waste Week, January 23rd through the 29th, 2022.
They're online, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, online. Okay, great. Hey, Nina. Thanks for joining us. Whereas zero waste is a system where nothing is wasted and resources stay in use. And whereas zero waste is a system the community is collectively working towards. And whereas the Repurpose Project, Life Unplastic, the Zero Waste Gainesville want to encourage valuing the earth and its resources and instilling a system of reuse. And whereas we celebrate the community working together to reduce consumption, reuse, and repurpose. And whereas we are committed to connecting edible food to the people who need it and composting the rest. And whereas we invite all City of Gainesville neighbors to join us in 7 days of zero waste education action items, and solutions. Now therefore, I, Lauren Poe, by the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim January 23rd through January 29th, 2022 as Zero Waste Week in the city of Gainesville, and invite all of our neighbors to join me in working towards zero waste. In witness whereof, I have here to set my hand and cause to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 30th day of November, 2021. Thank you, Nina. And we'd love if you share a few words with us.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Poe and City Commissioners, for declaring Zero Waste Week on behalf of Zero Waste Gainesville, the Repurpose Project, Life on Plastic. We're really excited to launch our third of the Zero Waste Weeks, and the theme is collaboration. For those who are interested in participating and learning more about the content and newsletter availability, they can visit zerowastegainesville.com. On the main page, there's a registration form. And I just wanted to highlight, there's some really great things happening at the city level that we're really thankful for, from the Zero Waste Ordinance to the pilot composting program. And I wanted to share, I got to visit with a couple of residents who are participating in that program, and they just have glowing remarks. So we're going into this week with a lot of energy, and we really look forward to having people participate. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Nina. That's a good shot right there. All right, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is early public comment.
Okay, anybody that wants to make any comments for items that are on our agenda later on this evening are welcome to do so now. You will forego your opportunity to speak later, but if you would like to make those comments and then leave, you are certainly welcome to do so. Anybody in chambers here for early public comment? Okay, Adam, nobody here is speaking to early public comment. Do you have anybody on the line for early public comment?
Alrighty, sir. At this time, there is nobody who has called 1-800-742-1099. We might want to wait another second or two, but there is nobody here right now.
Sure thing. And Adam, are you still out in Colorado?
No, I was never out in Colorado.
Oh, I thought you were. Okay. Because there's a big CEO Colorado on public comment there on the Zoom.
We can go back and forth about being in Georgia with a GA, but that might not be popular in Gainesville.
So what I'm saying is the public comment label on Zoom just has an extra capitalized letter. I'm doing Wordle right now, so that's the only reason I caught that.
I'm changing it now.
This is us just killing time, waiting for people to call in.
We could do stand-up comedy later.
People tune in for our witty banter, I know, Adam.
All right, we do have somebody who called in during all of that entertainment. Give
like
me one
Kathy
second.
Lee and Michael Strahan. All right, anybody?
I do have somebody who's being screened right now.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get that person right here. And we've got two people.
So again, these would be items that are going to be on our agenda this evening. This is not general public comment.
Early public comment. All right, it looks like both of the callers who have called in are just listening, so the floor is yours, sir.
Very good. So, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is the second reading of Ordinance 200887, quasi-judicial rezoning of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 83.79 acres of property generally located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from planned development to automotive-oriented business, Urban 2 and Urban 6, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause or repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, very good. I just was reminded that we need to wait until 6 o'clock to hear these.
Statutorily 5:30, but it's noticed
Our agenda says 6.
It was advertised for 6, then we probably only.
Yeah, okay. So we will, yeah. Yeah, they're all going to be that way. Okay, we'll stand in recess until 6 o'clock, reconvene at 6 o'clock. Okay, call this meeting back to order. It is 6 o'clock, so we can now take up our ordinances and resolutions. And so, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and read that into the record.
Second.
Again, just to
Sure.
be safe.
Second reading of ordinance 200887, quasi-judicial rezoning of 83.79 acres of property located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 83.79 acres of property generally located on the 755 to 1100 block on the south side of Northeast 39th Avenue is more specifically described in this ordinance from planned development to automotive-oriented business, U2, U6, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 200887 on second reading by title only.
Motion and a second to adopt the proposed ordinance. Any members of the public in the chamber want to speak to this motion? All right, Adam, I will give you a moment, but if you have anybody that wants to speak to our first ordinance on second reading this evening.
Thank you, sir. At this time, we have nobody waiting to speak on the ordinance. We have one person who's listening. I might give them another 10 or 15 seconds, but I think we're good. I think you can proceed, sir.
Okay, then we will move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Sacco? Aye. Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola? Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
We have the second reading of ordinance 210595, ordinance amending Chapter 9 related to elections. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances related to elections to conform to the charter amendments approved by voters on November 6, 2018, revising Chapter 9 to align the city election with the statewide primary election and the runoff election to coincide with the statewide general election, revising Section 9-11 by changing the campaign contribution limit from $250 to the set limits by state statute, revising Section 9-14 by providing that the county canvassing board will be used for the city election that coincides with the statewide primary election, updating Section 9-14 and provide for vote by mail ballots instead of absentee ballots, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, a repealing clause, and immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
I move ordinance number 210595 on second reading by title only.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt the proposed ordinance. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion? Mr. Shepherd, from now on, if you'll just fill out the card and give it to the clerk so we'll know who's up next, but you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. I do believe I did, sir. Thank you. And I asked if I should redo it.
No, you're good.
She informed me, no.
Yep.
Okay. I'm marching ahead because of the ordinance, this Chapter 9 election. I'm not familiar with it, sir, so I need to be educated about it. And so I'm going to sit down and listen to see what I can learn, and I'd like a comment, be able to comment later after you take and explain what this is about, sir.
Well, yeah, I can give it to you real simply. There's really two things being accomplished here. One is to put in ordinance the changes that were made moving city elections to the fall. That was done through a charter amendment and through a public vote. And the other is incorporating some changes in state law that we have to incorporate into our local ordinance as well, such as raising the minimum or maximum contribution from $250 to $1,000. So all that is kind of wrapped up in this one ordinance.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think that it shouldn't be raised to $1,000. Average person don't have $1,000 to throw out there. $250, I can see on this, but also, the election area being here, I think it should be turned back to the Letcher County office, election office, and where it should be handled, I feel, and ballots. We need a closer look at as far as the ballots go, because certain people are saying that there was an illegal election, and so nothing's been proved yet. So that's why I think for years and years it's been at the Letcher County election office. Then all of a sudden it changed to the city hall, and then people are starting saying that it was crooked. That was people are saying that it's Mayor Pohl and commissioners that are making these changes. I don't believe it's so. I haven't heard anything otherwise, just the rumors. And so I wanted to bring it to you to see what you said, and leave it at that, because the mayor is the leader of our city. So that's all I have to say, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. And just real quick, yeah, these changes are necessary because of the charter amendment that the voters of Gainesville passed and moved the elections to the fall. And then the state legislature passed a law that we have to comply with. So we don't have any choice in that matter about the $1,000 versus $250. We have to comply since it's the state. So
All right.
that's all
Thank
there
you,
is to it.
sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Shepherd. Anybody else in chamber? Good. Adam, over to you.
I do have one speaker. Again, Mr. Tilford Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, commissioners, mayor, Madam Clerk, Madam Attorney, or no, City Manager Curry. I'm not too familiar with this ordinance currently in discussion in regards to moving the elections to the fall or November. But I suspect that this is a political ploy to increase voter turnout by the left. So therefore, the left will attempt to inject or include its policies, and whereas in the uninformed voters, or many of the uninformed voters, will vote for these policies by the left. Now, I overheard the former speaker, or the speaker before me, mention something in regards to, I think, $250 or $1,000. Would this ordinance be an attempt to address campaign finance reform, or here in the city, and limiting or prohibiting dark money from, say, for example, coming from California, Washington State, Oregon, New York City, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Chicago, Detroit, Michigan, Atlanta, Georgia. Well, that's my comment. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. That is our last speaker on the ordinance issue.
Okay, thank you. I think that this is probably the opposite of campaign finance reform. The state legislature passed a law that made the maximum contribution go to $1,000. That was not the choice of this commission, yet we have to follow state law. And the voters of Gainesville moved the elections to the fall, and so this is just to get our ordinance in compliance with that decision. With that, Madam Clerk, we'll move back to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola. Aye. Commissioner Salvo.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
210651, ordinance amending Appendix A by revising fees for controlled vehicular parking, area service, and commercial permits. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees, Rates, and Charges of the Code of Ordinances by revising fees for controlled vehicular parking, area service, and commercial permits, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and an effective date, immediate effective date.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 210651 on second reading by title only.
Is there a second? Motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Any members of the public in the chamber wish to speak to this ordinance? No? Okay, Adam, do you have anybody on the line wishing to speak to this item?
There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, we'll move back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
No.
Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Hayes Santos. And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-2 with Ariola and Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 200413, ordinance amending chapter 27 to allow for exclusive franchise agreement. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending, Article 3, Chapter 27 of the Code of Ordinances titled Solid Waste Disposal to allow the city to enter into an.
You are now in a sub-conference.
To allow the city to enter into an exclusive franchise agreement for the collection of solid waste, change the term of non-exclusive.
You are
commercial
now in the main conference.
We'll fix this. I'm so sorry.
Change the term of non-exclusive commercial franchises to 1 month during any year in which the city is transitioning to an exclusive franchise system, and allow the city to grant exclusive certificates of registration for residential and commercially collected residential property, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 200413 on second reading by title only.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Do we have anybody here today to speak to this ordinance?
Yes, we have Ms. Marcy Lahart.
Okay, great. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank Mayor Poe for tipping me off that ordinances are considered in the evening. As titillating as your meetings are, I was grateful to have a couple of hours in my office, so I sincerely appreciate that.
Glad I caught it. Thank you.
I'm here again on behalf of Florida Express Environmental, a small business owned by the Paglia family that currently collects garbage and recycling from 175 businesses in our community. The last reading of this ordinance, Commissioner Hayes Santos said that one of the reasons for enacting this ordinance is to help small businesses, which he described as not having the same leverage to negotiate lower prices. Note that there are no small businesses here championing this ordinance or complaining that they cannot obtain waste removal services at a fair price. Right now, small businesses, as well as larger businesses, can choose among 4 service providers. If they are not satisfied with the services they are getting or the price they are paying, those businesses, the large ones and the small ones, have options that will be taken away if you enact this ordinance. The monopoly created by an exclusive franchise will inevitably result in local businesses, small businesses and large businesses, paying more for services by eliminating the existing open market. The zero waste goals of reducing waste and facilitating reuse and recycling can be achieved without an exclusive franchise. Requirements the city wishes to impose, such as transitioning to electric vehicles, can be adopted by ordinance or made part of the individual franchise agreements. Finally, there is no evidence that an exclusive franchise will necessarily be more efficient or will enhance public safety by significantly reducing the number of trucks on the road. This is particularly true given that the county will not be a part of this exclusive franchise. This ordinance is a proverbial solution looking for a problem and will have unintended consequences. I know this is a sore subject, but the citizens of Gainesville are already saddled with one of the highest electricity rates in the state. If this ordinance is enacted, they will be saddled with significantly higher fees for waste disposal as well. At the very least, I respectfully request that the city consider amending the ordinance so that commercial haulers are excluded and the exclusive franchise is limited to only residential waste collection. An exclusive franchise for only residential waste collection would be easier to implement and eliminates the displacement of existing service providers as well as the legal issues regarding interference with the contracts between the 4 existing franchisees and their customers. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Anybody else here that wishes to speak to this particular item? Okay, Adam, over to you.
There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, thank you. I do support this ordinance as I did on first reading. There are valid arguments, for a more competitive market and a single franchise model. We looked at this in great depth several years ago, and then sort of the second round of those discussions happened in the Zero Waste Subcommittee. I think the bottom line for me is that there's going to be much more uniformity in pricing, in collections, in efficiency, and helping us get to some of those zero waste goals in a shorter time period. So while I understand the arguments and many communities choose to have a competitive market, many communities also choose a single franchise for commercial and residential. And I think for what we are trying to achieve and what our goals are here, the single franchise model works best. So with that, I will go to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
No.
Commissioner Ariola.
No.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 4-2 with Ariola and Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
Second reading of ordinance 210666, text change GCRA Advisory Board membership. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending Section 2-408 of the City of Gainesville Code of Ordinances relating to the Gainesville Community Reinvestment Area Advisory Board, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance number 210666, still a terrible number, on second reading by title only.
Motion is second to adopt the proposed ordinance on second reading. Any members of the public wish to speak to this that are in chamber? Nope. Okay, Adam, how about you?
Sir, nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, we'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Duncan Walker.
No.
Commissioner Ward. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 5-1 with Duncan Walker in dissent. Next item, please.
First reading of ordinance 210278, voluntary annexation of 4 acres of privately owned property west of Southwest 13th Street and south of Southwest 36th Place. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 4 acres of privately owned property generally located west of Southwest 13th Street and south of Southwest 36th Place is more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 171 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations and enforcement of the same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a presentation on this?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Simmons, hello, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I may share my screen, I'll provide a brief presentation.
We'd love that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Jason Simmons with the Department of Sustainable Development. and the
Mr.
Planning
Simmons, real
Division.
quick, you have it on preview mode. Right before that, you had it on presentation mode where we just saw the one full screen. It's not a huge deal, but if you can switch it back and throw a little bit. There we go. Thank you.
All right. So what we have before you tonight is a voluntary annexation proposal for 3 parcels that are located along Southwest 13th Street. The first slide has the 3 pictures on the right-hand side, which have a street view of each of the parcels. The picture at the top shows that the southern parcel in this group has the Gatortown Inn Hotel as the development on that site. The other two sites are currently vacant. So the two aerials here show the subject properties outlined in yellow. You can see the Gatortown Inn on the south side of this area. And the slide on the right shows that this proposed area for annexation is not too far north of Southwest Williston Road. Across the street in city limits is the landings at Bivens Arm apartment development. So we have a petition for voluntary annexation. The location of the three parcels, they're on the west side of Southwest 13th Street. They're south of Southwest 36th Place. They're east of Southwest 15th Street and generally north of Southwest Williston Road. The total area for the three parcels is just under 4 acres in size. Right now, of course, they still have their Alachua County land use and zoning designations. The land use designation right now is commercial. The zoning right now is business, retail, sales, and service. If these properties are annexed into the city, various city services will be available for these properties. The properties would be incorporated into the City Commission District Number 4. The nearest Gainesville Fire Rescue Station is Station 2. The area would be incorporated into the Gainesville Police Department November zone. The area is served right now by RTS Route number 13. There is a bus stop on one of the parcels. And GRU will be able to provide urban services, including and utilities, including electric, water and wastewater, and gas services. They're either already on one of the sites or adjacent to these properties. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this voluntary annexation because the proposal does meet the legal requirements. The properties are contiguous to Gainesville city limits. They're reasonably compact, and it does not create an enclave. So today is January 20th, would be the first reading of the annexation ordinance. If passed tonight, the second reading would be held on February 3rd. And if approved at that time, February 3rd would be the effective date of the annexation. So with that, staff recommends approval of the first reading of ordinance 210278. We thank you for your time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Simmons. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. I move ordinance 210278 on first reading by title only.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt the proposed ordinance on first reading. Any members of the public here want to speak to go ahead, Mr. Shepard. Sorry, Madam Clerk, I'm not allowing you to do your job. Go ahead, Mr. Shepard.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm wondering myself, sitting here, why wasn't this made approval to the housing department? If it has these buildings on it, that could be houses, and why couldn't we turn those over to the housing department and have them put renters or homeowners in them? That's what I'm thinking. I could be misled in my thought, but that's what I was thinking. Why is it being annexed when we could have done that? That's all, sir.
Thanks. I think I can give you a simple answer, which is the city does not own the property. It's private property. They're simply coming into the city. They're in the county right now, unincorporated part of the county, and they want to be part of the city of Gainesville. If they do eventually come in, then they'll have to go through a rezoning process to meet city's land use and zoning requirements. And at that time, they may choose a different zoning that allows them to build more housing. But that's way down the road. All they're trying to do right now is get into the city limits.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
No
I
problem.
approve of that.
All right, great. Thanks. Adam.
Yes, sir. We have somebody being screened right now, I do believe. So give me another 30 seconds.
Sure thing.
Yep, we do have a speaker. Mr. Telford Cartwright, speaking on first reading number 1. You have the floor for 3 minutes. Mr. Cartwright.
Yes. Once again, good evening. My name is Telford Cartwright. Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mayor, commissioners, Madam Clerk, Madam City Attorney. This voluntary annexation, would this be an attempt for the city to increase its operational costs? And then in retrospect, increase taxation? I heard interim Chief Lonnie Scott mention that the Gainesville Police Department is short on staff. And I think that the City Commission needs to think about voluntary annexations, given its current status in regards to its finances, or we the people's finances. In relation to debt, bond debt. Mr. Mayor, voluntary annexations, okay, for example, would never help to get the city and GRU out of the tons of debt, and I don't know if there's some type of political favors going on here. Say, for example, look what happened out there in Arredondo. When the people living in Arredondo disagreed with the annexation. Now, city services have increased, which amounts to increased taxation. And once again, intern Chief of Police Lonnie Scott just stated that the Gainesville Police Department is shorthanded. So I think we need to look at things like that before we go forward with voluntary annexation. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright. We have no more speakers on the line. Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 210729, comprehensive plan amendment, property rights element. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan of the City of Gainesville by adding a property rights element, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date. However, this ordinance does have a recommendation that the commission continue the first reading to February 3rd of 2022.
Okay, is there such a motion? To continue to February 3rd. Commissioner Ward? Okay, motion and a second that we continue this item to February 3rd. That's a simple voice vote. It's administrative. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk. Okay, any commission comment tonight? Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So earlier this afternoon, I asked for some items to be added to upcoming agendas. And I have another one that concerns me that I want to bring back for a report. Because I was hoping that we would get information on this before asking for it. That it would be offered to us as part of the regular business of the commission from a charter. We approved back in the fall to spend some money to finish preparing a bid for UF's new energy plant. And regardless of whether, of how anyone felt about the plant itself, we certainly felt good about getting on the short list. And I'm sure that there are good reasons that we were not on the short list. I don't know what they are. And given the assurances that we were given, assurances is the wrong word. That sounds awfully legalistic, and I don't mean that. It sounded to me like getting on the short list was going to happen. And that was a big reason that Mr. Pilarski was on the team. That was the discussion at a couple of meetings in the fall, the late summer, early fall. We didn't get the bid. We didn't get on the short list. We got an email, I looked it up, December 16th, and it just dropped. And I don't think it can just drop. For many, many years, the idea that we needed to do whatever we could to get UF to buy power from GRU has been a constant drumbeat, and it should be. It should be a big deal. I felt like we were in a position to do that, and having missed it, we need to, as a body, have a better understanding of how we missed it and what we could do differently. I had hoped that we wouldn't have to ask for that report as a board of directors to a CEO, but that's the position we're in. So I would like to put that, I know GRU staff is overworked. We got that in another email this afternoon. I am not here to try to overwork staff. But we do need this information if we're going to make good decisions moving forward. So I would like to see this, if not at the next meeting, certainly by the end of February, but I'd really like to see it at the next meeting agenda. February 3rd. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate you sharing that. Commissioner Duncan Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I am really excited to report that on Tuesday of this week, I, along with several, I'll go ahead and call them partners for now, had a chance to go to the school board meeting where I was joined by the interim city manager Curry. Let's see who else was there with us. Chair Mary Helen Wheeler from the County Commission, the Spark 352 program, Arts and Medicine program. Let's see, I feel like I'm leaving someone out. Thank you. The Children's Trust was there as well, and a number of other supporters of the Cultural Arts Center that you all approved at GPC. So I just simply wanted to say thank you again to my colleagues for moving us forward on that. We're very, very excited. It's been getting a lot of traction in the community, and a lot of people are looking forward to that and looking forward to what staff is going to bring back to us in the very near future. I also wanted to mention, and I'm not sure if you all probably mentioned this at the first commission meeting of the year. I was not present at that, but in the event that you did not, did you all mention the Energy Equity Task Force bill? Did you all mention that or discuss that at all? Because this is something that's very exciting that Representative Yvonne Henson and Senator Audrey Gibson filed, establishing the Energy Equity Task Force to recommend appropriate policies for the equitable siting of energy infrastructure throughout the state. So on Tuesday, I will be traveling with several residents from Archer to Tallahassee for their day at the Capitol, and we're really excited about going and making our voices heard about this very, very important issue. We certainly invite you to get involved. Ms. Michelle Rutledge has been one of the very vocal people on this matter, has been kind of leading the charge from a local perspective, and she is who I've been speaking to recently, who invited me on the trip. So I'm really looking forward to that, and at some point would encourage you, all of my colleagues, to jump on board with this.
Very good.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for the updates on both. Appreciate that. Madam Manager, do you want to jump in there? Is that you, number 2?
No, that'd be me, Mayor. That'd be the
Oh,
general
thank
manager.
you. Okay. I thought it was a ghost seat, so I wasn't sure. You can turn the light off, Madam Clerk. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Pilarski.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd like to share, the disappointment that Commissioner Ward has expressed. I feel the same way. Rather than just wait to another meeting, let me just say that we're still in a blackout period, and we can't discuss this because it's subject to those rules of procurement. So that's why I didn't do anything more than what I was allowed legally to do. When we're out of that blackout period, I'd be glad to discuss from every T that was crossed and every I that was dotted what went into our request for qualifications. That's all.
Do you have an idea, specific or general, if you don't know specific, when that blackout period ends?
I think it's a matter of a month or so, but I'd have to check.
Okay, thanks. If you just at least update the commission on that, so we have an idea when we can expect that analysis or hot wash to be available.
Sure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'd be glad to do that.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the UF proposal was more than disappointing. I mean, that was one of the things we've talked about for a long time, and to not even be close is a significant issue. And it does bring concerns in management. That was the main reason why I said we should keep our current management, is because of the he was the only one who was going to be able to get it done. I'm not sure how the rest of the commission feels, but that was concerning for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I suppose I'll wait for the blackout period to conclude, and then we can have that discussion whenever that report is ready. I also wanted to ask in relation to the point about the legislature. We have a state legislative agenda item set coming up soon, right? So there's some really good local bills. Rep Hinson's working hard, but I also know that there's some folks in the community. I know all of us have had the opportunity to meet with Patricia Lee. She has been successful in getting a House bill filed for one of her economic development projects. I'd like for the city to look at supporting that, and I think it's wonderful when our citizens can get bipartisan support in the legislature, and we are expecting there to be a companion bill in the Senate filed with the delegation, so I want us to consider that. Lastly, I want to go back to the conversation, and we'll have the agenda item about the charter officers and the interim positions. It was always my intent that this commission would hire our interim officers for the period remaining with this term of the majority of the commission, and then we would allow the commission elected in the fall to then decide those futures. So I believe all the interims understood that when they applied. So that has not changed for me. And I think now is a good time for me to say that just because they have interim in their title does not mean that they have any less standing in the charter room office. And so I want our charters to always be working together, consult one another with very, very important decisions. And this is a unique time for the city. We did have a lot of charter officers leave very quickly. and the commission itself is changing composition rather quickly, and there will be an even larger change at the end of this year. So I think we have to strive for continuity, but also make sure that we are upholding the highest standards for all charter offices, and that the officers are working together as closely as possible, as well as the commission. So those are my thoughts on that matter. Just jumping the gun a little bit.
Thank you. And just an FYI, Madam Clerk, if you could help any of our elected officials that might want to participate, the Alachua County League of Cities is sponsoring a bus to go up to Tallahassee for a sort of just a one-day meet with the delegation. So any of you are welcome to join and go along. It's not a noticed meeting, obviously, so you'll just have to be very careful to not talk about any city business while you're there. But once you're there, you kind of go up and make the rounds and speak with everybody. And it will be with the sort of whole county, representatives from all of the county cities and county commission as well. So the clerk can follow up with where they're meeting and all that if you want to take a ride up on that bus. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to follow up on Commissioner Ariola's comment, I would remind everyone that the charter for the city does not provide extra offices for interim charter officers. We call them interim because they're, we're thinking it's a until we do something else position. But all 6 of our charters are the charter officers in those positions. So I wouldn't want anyone to think that someone with an interim in front of their name does not carry the full weight of the job, because they do. And we have tasked each of our charter officers, whether they are permanent or interim, with doing the work of that charter. So I hope everyone hears that and everyone works with that in mind. I definitely agree that, and none of this, by the way, has any bearing on the individuals in the offices, but I definitely agree that the city manager position, the permanent position, should wait for input from newly elected commissioners. I feel less so about the other 2, but I'm certainly willing to have that conversation. But yeah, I would remind everyone, if you're holding off on working with these folks because they have the word interim in front of their title, the charter doesn't see them as interim. The document sees them as the people entrusted with that office. So please act accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think there's any doubt that the elected officials nor the charter officers themselves have that understanding, and it's how they've been conducting themselves, and how we expect them to keep conducting their business as we move forward. I do look forward to having a deeper conversation about this on February 3rd. With that, seeing no further business before us, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your work.